Starting. All attendees are in listen-only mode.
All right, great. So calling to order Historic Landmarks Commission, September 2nd, 2020. So we'll start with a roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Heidi Rydell. I'll begin the roll call. Chair Grumbine.
Present.
Vice Chair House.
Present.
Commissioner Drury.
Here.
Commissioner Edmonds.
Present.
Commissioner Lenvik.
Here.
Commissioner Mahan.
Present.
Commissioner Uli. Absent. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. So general business, and I just wanted to, actually, before we jump into public comment, I wanted to ask if we can kind of briefly just go over, I know it was sent out, sort of our internet rules of order for how we're doing meetings in general now, digital meetings. So if we can just kind of make sure, I wanted to ask Ms. Kunkinda or Ms. Plummer if they could kind of give a general summary, or and so that we all kind of are knowing our rules of engagement here, when we turn on cameras, when we turn off, how we raise our hand for questions or not, or how we let the chair know, all those things.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Ellen Kunkinda here. Yes, we wanted to send out an email to all of our planning division boards and commissions in order to standardize the process and maybe make it a little bit easier. I know over the last 5.5 months, we've refined our process and in order to make it the most accessible for everyone. And so we're trying to standardize it, and the memo that we sent to you outlines kind of the expectations of when to have your webcams on. In order to make it a little bit more of a board meeting feel or a commission feel, we're asking that you have your webcams on for all of the general business items. So items A through E here. And then as we move into the applicant's presentation for items, we'd ask for all the commissioners to turn their webcams off. And it's up to the chair. It's the chair's discretion whether he wishes to keep his webcam on or off during the applicant presentation. But that's just so the applicant can, the focus can be on the applicant. And then when it's public comment again, it's just, we would like to invite everybody to turn their webcams back on. And again, that's just to, with the separation, the remote meeting, it's, I think that members of the public appreciate kind of being able to not really look you in the eye, but to be able to see the commission as a whole as they comment. So please turn your webcams back on for that. For the questions portion, the applicants will have their, the applicant representatives will have their webcams on to answer questions. And as you have questions, just like you have been doing, you turn your webcam on, and that indicates to the chair that you have questions for the applicant. We do recognize that for some of these projects that the applicant, there's quite a large applicant team. But we'd like to kind of keep the applicants to answer, you know, 1 or 2 representatives to answer questions. But if there are project engineers or landscape architects, they can be kind of waiting in the wings, and we would be able to give them webcam access once if you have a direct question to one of them. And then of course, during the deliberation portion, that is your time during the meeting for the commission to discuss. So it's really not necessarily when the applicant would be interjecting. So we ask the applicant to turn off their webcam for the commission to deliberate. Of course, if you have follow-up questions or need clarifications, or if there's a legal question, the applicant can request the chair's attention, and it's at the chair's discretion of whether or not they can proceed with their question or comment during deliberation. And we'd also ask for all roll call votes that for any kind of roll call, both the voting and at the beginning, that your webcams are on, if you have a webcam, that is. Now that it's, for those who do not have webcam access, it's really just, I think, just be in the practice of saying your name so that the chair is aware, and that also indicates to the public who wishes to speak. So thank you. Again, that's just a broad overview. We have kind of details. We also have some information in the memo if you have any audio issues, what to do, and kind of the protocol of whom to contact if that's the case. So if you have any questions, please let us know. We hope this helps so that it's not as confusing. And yeah, and let me know if you have any questions.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Great, thanks, Ms. Kahinda. And also, since we're on this topic, I wanted to thank as well everyone, both from the city and all of you, for this is really a very difficult way to review things. It's way worse than what we're used to, but we're making the best of it, and we're trying to keep everything moving for the applicants and during this time. So I appreciate all of everyone's help with this and trying to make this work. So.
And Mr. Chair, if I may just add, just to piggyback on that, I can't tell you how many applicants have contacted us and how many really appreciate your willingness to adapt to the situation, because we have been able to continue moving through projects and knowing that it is a more awkward form and it's different and there's a learning curve. But so many applicants have really said that they just appreciate the work that you've done to make it help them move forward in their projects. So thank you.
Great. All right. So with that, let's roll into public comment, item A. So any member of the public may address the commission for up to 2 minutes by pressing on the hand to raise it up. Green.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I am going to call on Anna Marie Gott. And again, if you wish to comment, you just click the hand icon and that indicates to me that you wish to speak. And everyone, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. And Ms. Gott, I've just unmuted you and it looks like your microphone is live. You have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, commissioners. The first thing I just wanted to let you know is I got a letter into each of your email addresses just before this meeting starts, and it's related to another project a little bit down the road in today's meeting, and I just wanted to make you aware of that. But really the reason that I wanted to actually talk public comment today is because I reached out to, as the agenda states, the city to find out some information about a project. I reached out yesterday and I am still waiting for information on a project that is on today's agenda. I think it's really imperative that if the public reaches out, that we get our answers. And unfortunately, with the way that the agendas are actually put together, released, and the ability of the public to actually access anything at the planning department because of the pandemic, it makes it virtually impossible for us to have our questions answered. And I would really urge you to consider requiring that you have the agendas posted up longer, and that staff actually require staff to fulfill the public's requests in a very timely manner. It's been more than 24 hours at this point, and I haven't even received an email. And it's a very easy question for the right-of-way project. I also want to remind you about the pedestrian master plan for the city. If you all aren't aware of it, the pedestrian master plan requires an 8-foot clearance for a pedestrian walkway on our high pedestrian use areas, which include State Street and the waterfront. That's 8 feet in width for people to be able to walk down a sidewalk. More importantly, I also want to remind you about the State Street benches, 111 of which have been removed without the HLC's approval on State Street. They were required to have design approval when they were created spaces years ago, and they were removed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. All right. Do we have anyone else in the public wish? Oh, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, if there's, that was the last hand that was raised, but I would give anyone else one last chance to raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon, and I will call on you. And it looks like that is all for general public comment. Back to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we are on to approval of the minutes of item B, approval of minutes of the Historic Landmarks Commission meeting August 19th, 2020. Do I have a motion?
So moved. Commissioner House.
All right, Commissioner House. Second, Commissioner Uli. All right, under discussion, edits.
None from me.
Commissioner Lenvick, come on, Shirley.
Yes, I would like to clarify on page 8, the motion, item 13. I think it does not clearly describe what we were talking about. And I would suggest the following wording. No change to consider other circulation patterns for parking. To strike the word make, to enable change in carport parking and circulation. So add those words and enable the lower building level, and so add the word building, to be more traditional and appropriate for EPV. The intention of that item being added to the motion was that there is possibly other circulation patterns and parking that could be should be explored, and that would enable the design to maybe not have cars in the carport in a situation. And I believe my wording change kind of identifies that.
Okay, let's see. Okay, yeah, and we already have the portion above in item 5 talking about the massing of the parking garage being too contemporary. So that covered sort of some of the abstractness of it. Yeah, okay, that makes sense to me. I think that gets at the heart of what we were saying more. That makes sense as an edit. All right.
The other one is item 8. I think the words the site plan needs to show the adjoining off-site buildings.
Yeah. Okay. That's good. Good clarification. Adjoining off-site buildings. Okay. Yep. Okay. Any other edits, Commissioner Lenvick? All right. Other commissioners edits? All right. So is the maker and seconder of the motions okay with those edits?
Yes.
All right. So with that, let's do a roll call vote to approve the minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Heidi Rydell. I'll begin the roll call vote. Commissioner Drury,
Commissioner Drury, I think you're muted.
Aye.
Commissioner Lenvick,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Aye.
Commissioner Mahan,
Aye.
Commissioner Edmonds,
Abstain.
Commissioner Uli,
Aye.
Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes with yeses, all yeses and 1 abstention. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. On to approval of the consent calendar, September 2nd, 2020. So motion to.
I'll move approval of the consent calendar.
Okay, Commissioner Early. Second.
Second.
Commissioner House. All right. Under discussion, do we want the overview and the,
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Item A3 Rosemary received final approval as submitted and was reviewed by Commissioner Mahan.
okay.
Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
Yes. Commissioner Mahan.
I'm not getting any motion in my webcam, but as long as you can hear me, I guess that doesn't matter. I just wanted to say that I thank the applicant profusely for his patience with the commission. This was a very difficult project, as you can remember, and it really turned out beautifully. And the details that I looked at this morning were excellent. So he's really committed to doing a class action addition to this very important historic structure. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's wonderful to hear. We thank the owner. Okay. So with that, any other discussion? All right, let's do a roll call vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Heidi Riddell. I'll begin the roll call vote. Commissioner Lenvick,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
Commissioner Mahan,
Yes.
Commissioner Edmonds,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli. I didn't hear your vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Drury,
Aye.
Chair Gumbine.
Aye.
That is unanimous. Thank you.
I think you're muted, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I went through the whole thing and no one was
I'm so
coming
sorry.
on.
I was like, I think it's on my computer, maybe. I'm trying to figure this out. So
No,
yeah,
no,
Mr.
sorry
Chair,
about
if you wouldn't mind,
So, I'll say it again.
starting
So,
from the beginning
announce-
on that one.
Yeah, item D, and I already actually voted. I was done. Item D, announcements, requests by applicants for continuances and withdrawals, future agenda items, and appeals. So, Ms. Plummer or Ms. Gokinda, do we have, or
have an
Ms. Hernandez? All right.
I just have one announcement for you all. I hope you all got the email last night that the revised draft of the Historic Resources Ordinance is posted on the Historic Resources Ordinance website, which is santabarbaraca.gov/HRO amendments. And so we put it up 2 weeks in advance of the meeting. So hopefully as many of the public will be able to read it and put in comments before the hearing, which will be the next HLC hearing on September 16th. And we'll have a lot of time for public comment and your recommendations. And then we'll be asking for a motion with your recommendations to take on the City Council. It'll be also going to Planning Commission and Council Ordinance Committee after our next stop here. So write down all your comments and make sure you get everything you want in, because this will be like, we hope to keep moving it on and keeping momentum so we can get it through.
Great, thank you.
That's mine.
All that fun bedtime reading. Okay, other announcements or any others. I did have one announcement. I guess it's not a subcommittee report, so I'll throw it in as an announcement. I'd like to thank Commissioner House and Commissioner Drury for volunteering to be part of the AIA charrette that is going on. But it's more than AIA, it's a bunch of professionals, including the AIA, but spearheaded by. And we're going to be reviewing the different teams. We've broken up into 2 review teams along with some SFDB members and also an ABR member, and to help be part of a review, just sort of for tips and comments review of the teams along the way. So it should be, and I think they're going to be coming to present to HLC and then also as well to City Council I think their timeline is like end of October or November or something for the final presentation of all their work. But so anyways, I wanted to let everyone know about that and thank those for Commissioner House and Commissioner Drury for volunteering. And it's only about 10 hours a day for the next 3 months. It was in the fine print. You didn't read the scroll to the bottom for that. So
It was in disappearing ink, wasn't it?
that's right, exactly. So
Mr. Chair,
okay. Oh, Commissioner Drury, yes.
Michael Drury. I need to leave by 5:50 this evening.
Okay, well, we'll keep up the steady charge and hopefully we'll get done well before then.
Thank
All right, any other announcements or et cetera? All right, let's go on to item E, subcommittee reports. Any subcommittee reports? Okay, all right, well, that's easy. Onward to item 1 then. All right, so 524 State Street, project design approval. The Mediterranean style building remodeled after the earthquake in 1925 by Sewell Murphy and Hastings is a designated structure of merit. Proposal to convert the existing commercial building from church and office to a 47-room hotel. Project includes 401 square foot ground floor addition, 446 square foot second floor addition, and 1,500 square foot third floor addition. The proposal includes a new elevator shaft and stairs at the rear of the building and removal of a cork, oak, and palm tree at the rear of the property. Development plan approval findings are required for the construction of the new commercial floor area. And project design approval is requested. Project requires consistency with the project compatibility criteria, structure of merit findings, and development plan approval findings for the construction of a new commercial floor area. Project requires an environmental finding for a CEQA guidelines section 15183 exemption, project consistent with the general plan. And the project was last reviewed on April 15th, 2020. All right, so.
Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, Commissioner Mahan.
I just wanted to announce that I did watch I was absent for this particular project, but I watched it on TV the other day.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, and then if there is, we have to pull up the motion, but if there was anyone else that did not watch it, please let us know, and then just be for questions, but not for comments. All right, so these were the motion was to continue indefinitely with the following comments. 1, the commission is pleased with the design, particularly the massing. 2, show the utilities and how they are hidden. 3, the commission is generally supportive of the passenger drop-off proposal with the suggestion to look at California sycamore as an option for the planter grate in front of the building. 4, study to resolve the elevator tower. 5, study the 3rd story openings on the east and south addition. 6, resolve the easement on the east side. 7, the commission has determined the project is ready for project design approval. And this is, a motion was by Drury, the second was by Uli with 5-0-0. Edmonds, Howes, and Mahan were absent. The motion carried. And then, let's see, B, requesting acceptance of a staff memorandum that the proposed project meets the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation. And that was a motion by Uli, second by Drury, and it was 5-0-0, and the motion carried. So
Mr. Chair.
that was yes, Commissioner House.
Perhaps for staff. It says I was absent. How many times has this been reviewed? Because I remember seeing it, and I don't remember being absent for any of its reviews. So I'm wondering if staff look into that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to Commissioner House. It's only been reviewed once before by the Historic Landmarks Commission, and that was April 15th.
I was present for that, so that seems to be a mistake that I was absent.
Okay, well, if you remember it one way or the other, then you must have been there or watched it, so you qualified to
I was there.
make comments. Is that right?
Yeah.
Time is fluid.
That's right. You're everywhere. So yeah, as long as you remember it, then one way or the other, you saw the presentation. So, okay. So why don't we go ahead and welcome applicant, and why don't you introduce yourselves and your project, and also just as of note, some of the amazing upgrades we've done since the last couple of months. We have a timer now, so that you see the 15-minute timer. So if you would present within that time, we have a little bit of flexibility, but just in respect for the other applicants and a general time frame, we want applicants to try to keep the presentation to this time frame. If it does run out, I'll come on and we can talk about some additional time. The other aspect is, if you could please make sure to hit on all the points that we discussed, or our comments from our last motion, and make sure that clearly be answering those along the way. So with that, I'll turn it over to you all, and I'm going to turn off my web camera for this portion so you can just present, and then I'll turn it on if I need to jump in and say anything.
Great. Dan and Jesse, maybe I'll just jump in and just say a few words before you guys take the floor, if that's okay. Well, Chair, I really appreciate the opportunity to speak, and the committee members. I'm one of the applicants along with my partner, Sepp Wolf. And I just wanted to kind of give a quick reminder that this is a local group that's doing this project. So we're very excited. We're very invested in Santa Barbara, and really are looking forward to revitalizing this building that has not been available to the open public for many years because of the use being the Church of Scientology. So this new hotel will generate new TOT revenue tax for the city, create a whole bunch of new energy that is so desperately needed. And we're just really excited to be involved. So thank you.
All right, I'm just talking with my mute button on. I'm Dan Weber, the architect. And we've got Jessie from my team with me as well. She's also an architect and the project manager, project lead on this project. So I'll go ahead and walk through our response to the items in the motion from the last meeting. Like Jason mentioned, this is a rehabilitation of an existing historic building, which is really very charming. We want to capture and revive the character of that building to the greatest extent possible. And it's also really exciting that this was in its original use a hotel, and we're able to bring this back to its original use. So we've got, actually Jason and Sepp have identified a really amazing hospitality partner called Bode, which is going to be the operators of this hotel. So all progressing really well, and it's going to be a very, very exciting project for Santa Barbara, I think. I also wanted to take a minute to acknowledge the planning staff, and that extends to the building department staff and public works, who have been really great at helping us solve all the problems in this project and move it ahead expeditiously. They do not get compliments as much as they should when they work that hard. Okay, so I'll go ahead. You guys gave us really, really positive comments at our concept level review. We were very encouraged by that, so we charged ahead towards the finish line, and we think we're nearly ready for final review, but we're here today just for PDA. So I'm going to skip to addressing just items in the motion. Number one, the commission is pleased with the design, particularly the massing. That's great. We haven't changed the massing at all. The design character and all major components of the design have continued to progress in the same form you saw it at the conceptual level. We've just gotten to the point where we're refining it and hardlining it and building our 3D model of it. So you can see that in the elevations that we show you. Okay, comment number two, show the utilities and how they are hidden. If you could please flip to page 15 of the PDF. That's sheet A210. At the rear of the building, facing the back parking lot, we have an enclosed room in the very top left corner. In that room, we have some space for all of the utilities. So we'll have our switch gear, electrical panels and meters, gas meters in that room. So we have all the utilities out of sight of the street and within the building footprint. And then also, we've got some equipment up on the roof. So if you could flip to page 18, that's the roof plan. We have all the rooftop equipment, air handlers, et cetera, hidden in two mechanical wells. We have one at the rear of the building, and you can see some equipment indicated there on the roof plan, and then one at the front of the building, tucked in behind the roof. So all of our equipment is out of sight and concealed on the roof. I don't think that was the point of the comment in the motion, but I wanted to point out that we're taking care of those items as well. Item number 3, the HLC is generally supportive of the passenger drop-off proposed, with the suggestion to look at a California sycamore as an option for the planter grate in front of the building. Okay, I'll break this down into 2 items. I'll do the easy one first. That's that street tree. There's one planter well along in the right-of-way on State Street that's missing a tree right now. And we had suggested at our concept level review that we would replace that tree. So we reached out to the folks at Parks, City Parks, who run the city street tree program, and they have already have plans to replace that tree, and they're identifying the type of the tree, so we don't have the ability to influence it. And that we've removed that as part of the scope of our project. So Parks is going to handle that directly outside of our project pathway. Item number 2 is the drop-off. So we're fortunate to have a taxi stand on State Street right in front of the building, with the curb dipping in to allow passenger drop-off. However, when we did our first review with you, we didn't see that State Street was closed. Now we've got State Street closed to vehicular traffic. And we, along with a lot of other people, hope that lasts indefinitely. So that pushes the primary vehicular drop-off for this project to one of 2 options: the side streets, which isn't great, or the rear city parking lot, which actually works pretty well for us. So we have worked with the folks at City Parking and Public Works and identified a parking spot right adjacent to our rear entry. If you could flip to page 14 of the PDF, it's the site plan. And yeah, at the back of the building, there's 2 accessible parking spots shown there. So we've taken a look at the parking calculations for that parking lot, and we actually have more accessible parking than that needs. So that accessible spot on the left that's closest to our door, our rear entry to the building, is immediately to the left of that spot. So we've gotten support and an agreement from staff to make that into a loading zone so that that guest can come, park there, unload their luggage before they go park elsewhere. So that's moving ahead really nicely. There's no, from a design perspective, other than some paint on the asphalt, that I don't think there's any change to the project that you'd be interested in related to that. Okay, comment number 4, study the elevator tower. When we showed this to you at the conceptual level review, and you can please flip to page 19 and 20 are the elevations while I'm going through this. We had studied options both for a flat roofed element for that elevator tower and a hipped roof configuration for the top of that tower. And we had both options shown in different part of the plan. So you asked us to get our ducks in a row and coordinated. So we decided on the hipped roof. We like to see the detail of the tile edge, which adds a little bit of character to see that red edge. And also we're actually able to keep it lower. We don't really want to see the tower from the street, so the hipped roof option allows us to keep the eave and the visual mass lower than a flat roofed option, which would require a parapet. Okay, that's the elevator tower. Comment number 5, study the third story openings in the east and south addition. So we're also looking at pages 19 and 20 for the elevations. I think your comment was related to the amount of glass that was shown on the third story. And you asked us to kind of study the proportions of those. So we have, on the second story, we've mimicked the openings that we see on the State Street facade and tried to match that architectural character. And we have windows above it, which are hotel rooms up on the third story, which since the last time you saw that, we've reduced those in size so that you see a little bit more white plaster wall between those windows. So I think that was a good comment and a good improvement. All right. Please turn to page 6 of the PDF. Comment number 6, resolve the easement on the east side of the property. So this is, I don't think we need to look at it in the site plan, but in the northeast corner of the property, we have an easement that allows our neighbor to exit through our property and out to the rear parking lot. So we have, in fact, resolved this easement. The owners have come to an agreement with each other. It's all drafted, it's been submitted, and is currently being recorded. So we're all wrapped up with that item. Comment number 7, HLC has determined your project is ready for PDA. So we would love to get PDA today. And in fact, we're really looking forward to getting our final approval. So we've gone ahead and started preparing the documentation necessary that we need for final. We're almost there today. We have a couple of items we need to add to the set. So we're hoping to be back to you for final approval next meeting. But we have a materials board, which I'm going to have Jesse walk through with you. Jesse, do you know the page number for the materials board? We can start flipping to that one.
That should be on page 30, the final page.
Okay. So Jesse's going to walk through the materials, and we'd love to get any comments you have on those in preparation for final. We
Looks like it's actually one page up. There we go. Sorry about that.
We also have architectural details prepared. There's a couple details that we need to add prior to final. Our structural, mechanical, and electrical consultants are underway and at a DD level. Our stormwater management plan is drafted and very close to complete. And before I turn this over to Jesse, their stormwater management plan relies on 3 very small planters that are up on the roof deck level. And we have not engaged a landscape architect for those planters. Our strategy is that we are selecting some plantings from the approved plants list to put in there. And we want to get your input and your feedback on whether that's an acceptable approach so that we can be prepared for our final review next meeting. So we'd love your comments on that. Okay, Jesse, you can go ahead and take over on that.
All right, this is our preliminary materials board here. And if we start on our top right, we are featuring predominantly where visible, the roofs we're suggesting will be a traditional Spanish barrel tile. We'd like to match size and approximate color as best we can with the existing tiles on the State Street facade for those. As far as as we scroll down to the next item, the front facade features a historic tile that we're leaving in place. We were able to locate a similar, but not exact, but very, very close match created by Doll Tile in the style is called Festiva. And we've specified a similar glazing, and that number indicates the color model for the tile. Again, just trying to be as similar, but not 100%. It's just not historic tile, but as close as we could possibly locate. For the patch of tile under the opening on the parking lot elevation. If we scroll down to the next item, as a part of the project, we're proposing to refresh the paint and finishes on our historic facade. and then as closely as possible match all the new openings and replacement openings. We have identified this color as what we think is the best match for that. It's a Sherwin-Williams in denim. Then for body color, we are proposing this Snow White color by Benjamin Moore. A nice basic white here. We have new exterior sconces on the rear of the building, and we are for this proposing a decorative sconce in a very similar mounting style and finish and profiles to what was on the front facade. And then in the utility area where we have the wrought iron gate, the easement area as well, I guess we describe it as, we are proposing a traditional looking kind of star mount fixture, very similar to what we would see in a lot of locations around Santa Barbara. Other than that, just some general detailing. The bottom number 7 is a guardrail detailing for the balconies that we have on the rear elevation that are new. We are proposing black wrought iron with twisted posts. We've called out some of the typical sizing here, 1 by 1s and 3 by 3/4 by 3/4. Mounting brackets onto the wall, and these are they're very narrow balconies, like the little kind of pot ledges, more so than an actual step out balcony.
It looks. I'm just going to interrupt it because I see the timer blinking. It looks like we're out of time. We could spend a lot of time on details, but you guys are going to have another shot at details next meeting when we come back for final. So
how about you? How about you take a minute and round it off if there is anything else bigger, or not bigger, but just to touch on. It looks like you've touched on almost all your details. So any other things to touch on before we wrap up?
No, I don't have anything else to touch on. The project's progressing really well. We're looking forward to any of your comments that we can incorporate into the design before we see you for final review. That would be very helpful for us. Appreciate your time.
Okay, thank you. All right, so with that, that completes your presentation?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. All right, so now we'll go to public comment. So any member of the public can raise your hand virtually here, and if you wish to speak on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you wish to speak, please raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon, and I will call on you. And you will have 2 minutes to speak. I see Anna Marie Gott. I am going to unmute you. Your microphone is now live. You have 2 minutes whenever you're ready. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members. I just wanted to remind you that we have a Paseo system here in the city of Santa Barbara that is supposed to be protected. The Paseo system actually runs behind the back of this building and is not being protected as required, and it has not been discussed in any of these meetings. I sent some of you an email and also sent it over to the HLC secretary, where it talks about, from the information from the pedestrian master plan about the Paseo system, that the city shall protect, preserve, and enhance the Paseo network, that it will identify conditions of existing Paseos at risk of being lost, and of course this is at risk of being lost or blighted, that it will identify and protect protective mechanisms and develop guidelines to ensure that we maintain control, access, and conditions for these systems, and that we actually develop a legal or planning strategy, which we have not done. Because as you are aware, no one has discussed the Paseo system at the back of this particular building. Furthermore, we've also now lost 2 parking places that have commercial value. The value of the parking places is substantial, and it is now going to be used for the sole and exclusive use of a commercial business on public property. That seems to be a very poor use of public land and a very poor policy. While we may receive tax revenue, it does not actually help the Paseo system. It detracts from it. More importantly, we are just seem to be digging ourselves a deeper grave with every single project that we permit where we don't have adequate facilities or parking, and when we are not reimbursed sufficiently for any use. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. All right.
Thank you. And now I'm going to call on Kellum DeForest. And if you haven't already, I'm going to invite the commissioners to please turn their webcams on if they have one. Thank you. And let's see, it looks like Kellum, we have your microphone is on. You have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank
you.
Oh, good. I had mainly questions. Did anybody in the research discover what was there before the earthquake? And is any of that architecture remaining? That was a question I had. Then I have a question about hotel use. And when Santa Barbara needs housing, is this going to be just a regular commercial hotel? And because if it could be made into some kind of housing, that would be a plus. And I would like a little more history of the building. Because I don't know. It said it was the Rex Hotel. I don't recall that being the Rex Hotel, but I know but I do recall a hotel being there. Is there any history of this building that is available? Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. DeForest. And I just might add that it's great to hear your voice. It's been a while, and thanks for all your contributions to our HLC discussion and review. So thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I want to give everyone one last opportunity. If you wish to speak on this particular item, to please click the hand icon on your GoToWebinar control panel, and I will call on you. And it does not appear that anyone else has raised their hand. I'd ask Mrs. Rydell if we received any written correspondence.
Thank you, Ellen. This is Heidi Rydell. We did not receive any written correspondence for this item. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right. So with that, I will close public comment and back to the commission for questions of the applicant or staff.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Drury.
Michael Drury. Is the Parks Commission, do they have a purview over planting on State Street on a project that comes before us? Maybe that's a question for staff as well.
That's it, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and then to Commissioner Drury. All projects that are submitted get routed as part of our completeness review. And if there are applicable elements as part of that review that need to be reviewed by Parks, they are. In this case, the plans were reviewed by Nathan Slack at Parks, and he didn't have any comments of substance on this project. No street trees were being changed, nothing like that.
So the question then comes, I know that I guess as part of a comment that Commissioner Vena is the one that championed the use of California sycamore. And is that off the table, or can we stump for that?
Well, it's a tree. We don't want to stump it yet. But...
Well, okay. Can we promote that?
plant for that.
So to Chair, through the chair, and to Commissioner Drury, you're welcome to put forward a tree. All trees that are going to be, and on the entire landscape palette for that matter, will be reviewed by Water Resources as well to confirm that they meet our water standards. So they need to be water wise. So that would, if it isn't meeting that, then that would be something we'd have to change, and it would have to come back to the HLC at a future time.
Right.
But
All right, thank you very much. No
All right.
questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Drury. Other questions? Commissioner Early?
Thank you. Well, I suppose with respect to the street tree, since it's not part of the project, it's really the discussion that HLC and staff have with those who manage the street trees offline of the project. My question is about a paseo. I don't recall that there is a paseo associated to this building or a requirement of this building to create one or maintain one, since there's not one associated to it. Can staff confirm that? I don't see one on the drawings. I don't see one on the aerial photograph.
And Mr. Chair, through you and Commissioner Uli, I do want to let you know that we have Robert Dostalek on the phone or on the call. He is the project planner for this particular parcel. So he may be able to offer some insight as well for any questions.
Thanks. We're happy
right.
to get any answer.
Great. Is just before we go to Commissioner Lendick, is he on right now? Can he answer that?
And Robert, it looks like
there we go.
Yes, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Drury. That would have to be looked at one more time. I don't know exactly where they're speaking of. There wasn't a paseo as a component as Ms. Plummer said, as a part of this project. So I'm not sure which component that was spoken about that where it may be interfering.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, the Commissioner Udley, does that answer your questions?
Well, kind of.
Oh.
You know, I just want to make sure that that it's clear that if there is not a paseo associated with this building, and I can't determine that there is one, that there is no implied requirement that the applicant create one, maintain one, or find one to maintain. Don't want to put any more burden on the thing than it needs.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
I can clarify. There's no paseo existing on this site. This building takes up almost the whole entire parcel. And just, yeah, there's not in the traditional sense that
And
as a,
just as part of that, is the paseo plan that the city has, does that include a back portion development along this site at all through is there anything that we have there we go, Commissioner Lendick. Commissioner Lendick's holding up the paseo plan. I think that's the question is there currently something planned for the city, and if so, what is the plan for it? And it might be very, very rudimentary, but is there a plan for it? And if so, does it include this parcel or part of this parcel? So, Ms. Hernandez, do you have any other?
I don't know, because I don't have the paseo plan in front of me. I mean, right behind it is just the.
Commissioner Lendick has it. Maybe we should let him answer the question.
Exactly.
Commissioner Lendick, you want to?
I wouldn't do that.
Please.
I have a small scale version of the paseo plan. And there is a paseo designated on the plan, but it is to the east. And it's between two buildings that are fronting on Coda Street. One being the old restaurant, which is the Agave restaurant, and the paseo, and then the building next to it is a rug cleaning store or something. But that paseo runs on through in a north-south direction, and it actually runs through the parking lot.
Yeah.
So it is to the east of this particular site. according to the city's current plans, which I have only a very small scale version of.
That's my recollection.
Okay, okay, sounds good. So Commissioner Lemke, did you have anything more on this item?
Yeah, yes, I
or
do.
this question?
Yes, I do.
Sorry, go ahead.
I have a couple of questions. I would like you to tell me where the fire sprinkler riser is located in this project.
If we flip to page 15, I could actually show you. It is existing, and in the lower right, or sorry, lower left corner of the building on the sheet, there is an existing fire sprinkler riser in that little cavity that you see there.
Yes, I'm aware of that. And show your new plan, your proposed plan. I assume it is going to be in that same cavity. So the question I have is how I'd like to see that on in more detail on the plan and in elevation, and how you're bringing that riser in through that glass window wall that fronts State Street there.
It's an existing condition which we're not modifying. So those walls that enclose it are not proposed. Those are existing.
I understand that. So what I'm saying, you're not going to be modifying the storefront either?
That's correct.
So if I was to look at that building in elevation right now, I would not see a riser.
It actually comes in through the plaster, just to the left of the
So
storefront.
I'm just saying, you know, my question is, you identify what my question, show it on the elevations to the extent that there's something viewable from the outside. The other question I have for you, I assume you're replacing all of the windows in the building, exterior windows?
The front facade windows are to be rehabilitated because they're a part of the protected facade, and then the additional ones would be replaced.
You're not changing the windows on the north and south elevation then?
The,
Are you changing the windows on the north and south elevation?
we're replacing in kind.
My concern is that they are recessed windows either now or in the future. So you're replacing in kind in the same location.
That's correct.
The question.
Yes, replacing in kind in the same locations.
When I see the new on the third floor plan, there are new windows going in. And I believe, this is the question now, I believe that the details 6 and 7 on your detail sheet, go to your detail sheet, detail 6 and 7, one sheet up. It appears to me that those windows and doors are right flush with the exterior plaster line. And that would probably not be a traditional detail in Santa Barbara. There'd be a recess of the windows.
Question mark?
Question mark.
I think we'll take a close look at that, but you know, certainly the windows that are there that are on the property line, we're going to be will match the detail that's there existing today, and then we have a second window type which is on our addition that's set in from the property line on the third floor, and we have a different construction type there, so that window detail might be a little bit different there, but we'll study those details in both locations and make sure that we get a traditional Spanish style door and window detail. Thanks for bringing that to our attention.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Lemke, any other questions?
No, I'll have comments later. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Edmonds, question, and then Commissioner House.
Thank you. Do the paint colors comply with our EPV colors that are approved?
I think only the 7 dwarfs are approved, not Snow White.
So the,
Oh, I'm just kidding. Sorry, the name of it is Snow White.
yeah, right. But no, I assume that the Snow White is approved, but and I like the denim. I'm not saying that I don't, but is that an approved EPV color? Maybe that's for staff.
Applicant.
Yes, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Evans, it does look like that's one of the colors and in the tones of colors that we allow that is outlined in the book. We have like several shades of blue similar to that.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Edmonds. Commissioner House? Or sorry, Commissioner Edmonds, do you have any other questions? Commissioner House?
Okay, on this same sheet, detail 9, above 8 there, yeah. I'm just wondering, is there a reason the top of the parapet slopes away from the flat roof instead of back into it to avoid dirty water staining the plaster?
Whatever are you doing, baby? Don't leave the door open.
Steve,
I won't, Commissioner Drury. I won't leave the door open.
I think that's a good point. That makes no difference from us. We can just as easily slope it back in to avoid drips on the exterior face. We'll pick that up when we come back for file.
Okay, thank you. The lighting, I would just request that when you return for final, you have cut sheets of those fixtures. So I understand what you're lamping them with and, you know, more details about it.
Absolutely.
And then finally, well, no, second to final. I just happen to have a Sherwin-Williams fan deck on my desk next to me, and I can find denim, but I cannot find Snow White. And it looks like it, you know, from viewing it on the monitor, perhaps it's kind of a cool white, and that concerns me a little bit. So if you could check on that, I don't know why I'm not finding it in my fan deck.
It appears that's a Benjamin Moore.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's Benjamin Moore. Your other one was Sherwin-Williams. That's why I found it. So yeah, okay. I will check Benjamin Moore so I can comment on it the next time around. And the final question would be about the tile that you're kind of matching with the dowel tile. Where does it occur existing on the building right now? And could you show us on the elevations where the existing tile is that you're matching and where this new tile goes?
Those happen on the State Street elevation. And actually, if we go to the front of the book, there are some photos of that that might be very helpful to look at.
So it's the bulkhead under the window?
Yes, yes.
Okay, and is that also tile above the windows?
No,
That is not tile. That's a very small divided glazing. If you look under the awnings on the existing building, they have those little square glass pieces that are kind of traditional down there.
Yeah. So my question would be, have you researched whether that blue tile on the front of the building is original? Because I'd be curious to know if it's not what was original, and maybe that might be a more appropriate thing to try and match if you're able to identify it somehow.
That was a part of the Hasty Murphings
It dates back to then?
Yes, that's our understanding.
Okay. All right. Well, if that's the case, then that's an appropriate thing to match. So those are the extent of my questions.
Those are your questions? All right. Any other questions from the commissioners?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Drury?
Yeah, is the trim color, that denim blue, that's not a particularly adventurous color? Sort of a gray blue. Is that meant to be self-effacing?
This is Santa Barbara. All of our colors are self-effacing.
No, they're not. Well, I got the door shut anyway, so that at least took care of that. But the idea that yeah, that color on the screen is it's sort of a non-color, really. Are you intending it to be recessive like that?
We're intending to match what's on the existing building.
Okay, okay. All right, thank you.
All right.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Drury.
Mr. Mahan here.
Oh, Commissioner Mahan, yes.
Yes. The question about, since we're talking about the colors, is would it be okay? Would it be okay for the applicant? We're getting feedback. I don't know what to do about that.
Part of my interruption, Commissioner Mahan, I'm just wondering, are you also watching this on TV by any chance?
No, and I'm not getting any picture either on my laptop.
I'm not understanding that. If I could just ask everyone who's not speaking right now to please mute themselves in order for Mr. Mahan to proceed. Thank you. We'll try that.
Okay. I would ask, the question would be to the applicant that he should go up there and scrape into that blue and see if he can't identify what the original color on those windows were. I suspect that this is not an original color. So that's a question. The other question that I have has to do with the windows in the back, on the new addition in the back. And the question is to you, Mr. Chair, because you brought up the issue of those windows at the last meeting, and didn't you suggest that maybe the third-story windows were too tall? That's a question to the chair.
Yes, and that was actually going towards one of the questions I was going to be asking as well. Yeah, it was sort of too much and too tall glazing, and part of that question was a little bit of a loaded question, because if you look at the windows below in the second floor, how they're raised up, even though the balcony goes across in front of them, the sills are raised up. And on the third floor, it looks like they're meant to be doors, but because they're full height visually, and even if they're just windows and fixed and not operable, visually from the outside, they looked like they were doors, in which case you would want a balcony so you didn't, plummet to your death. So either
I just wanted to clarify that was the question, that's what you focused on, and I'll comment on that later. The other question that I have is the balconies on the front elevation have brackets. And so the question is to the applicant, well, you don't show them there, but in the photograph, can you go to the photograph of the front elevation? Yeah, close up. Yes, you see the brackets there under the balconies. Are those are, you're planning to keep those, are you not?
Yes, we're planning on keeping them. We'll make sure that we get those added to the elevations and matched on the rear as well.
And on the back side, so you'll be duplicating those balconies on the back side.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Mahan. I had one more question regarding, actually two questions. One was regarding your guardrail detail. The first question was, where is it occurring, the wrought iron guardrail detail that you had? Yeah, right there, detail 7. So where is that occurring?
Yeah, that's just the detail of the balconies that we were just looking at in the elevations in that photo.
Okay.
Those occur on the parking lot facing elevation and the entry elevation to the rear addition.
Okay, cool. Can we just go there real fast to make sure I'm understanding? Okay. And are those actually accessible? Like, I see the windows aren't, but the ones with the door there, is that actually accessible out?
No, they're not intended to be stepped out onto for safety purposes.
Okay, because I saw the 3 foot as the height instead, and it would have to be 42 inches unless they weren't accessible, in which case they can look great and historic. and not oversized. Okay, great. And then the other question I had was, you had mentioned that on the, well, actually two questions. One is the parapet detail, the plaster parapet detail. You can go to that. There we go. So was there something that you were looking at that was inspiration for this parapet detail, or is there a piece on the existing that you were using or playing off of for it?
Jesse, why don't you take that question?
Like the profile and the size and the, because you have 3 foot and then there's a certain step that you have in profile that's coming out and then going back. And was there something that you were looking at in particular or matching as part of this?
Sorry, I seem to have a little technical issue with my camera there for a second. Generally speaking, we just we're trying to keep similar to the profile of the bands shown on the front, and then kind of adjusting the size for the overall height of this elevation.
Gotcha. Okay. Sounds good. And then the last one was the light. So you would reference the front for your light. You'd reference this inspiration of and I wasn't sure if it was a lower one, the number 4 or number 5, but I'm assuming it was number 4. You were saying was inspired off of some current lights, and I was wondering if you had pictures of those, the existing lights, whether they're on the front or what. There we go. I think I see. Okay. All right, perfect. Okay, great. That was, and do you know if those were are older, or do you have any guess at the age of those?
Generally speaking, we don't have any documentation on whether or not those are original, but they appear to be a retrofit. They don't look like a 1900s fixture.
Okay, great. Okay, thanks. Those were all of my questions. Okay, so now, unless is there any other questions from any of the other commissioners? All right, in which case we'll go into comments. So the applicant for your, yes, Commissioner Mahan?
Are we moving into comments? If we are, I'd like to make my comment. Since
okay,
we were talking.
We'll start with you. I'll just, to the applicants, just so you know, if we do need to pull back into comments, we will. And at the end, I'll wrap up and make sure that you're clear with what our comments are and see if there's any other questions that you have. So with that, let's dive into comments.
Chair.
All right, Commissioner Mahan.
Following up on the light fixtures, State Street light fixtures, and Commissioner House's question about the original tile under the windows, if the applicant can go back into the archives and find some older pictures of this facade, he might be able to identify that tile under the windows and also probably the original light fixtures. And if that can be identified, it would be very nice to try to duplicate those, both the light fixtures and the tile underneath the windows. So these light fixtures on State Street seem to me to be diminutive, and they should be bigger. They seem to be out of scale with the building. I'd like to comment mostly on the windows on the rear. I think the front elevation with those comments and with the brackets being put back in is acceptable to me. Can we move to the rear elevation? Or the south elevation would also be okay.
And also, Commissioner Mahan and all the other commissioners as well, when you are going through your comments, if you can key or bring up any of the items from last time, and I'll just quickly summarize, or I'll quickly note them so that you have them in your head, but that you found were not an acceptable solution, or you wanted some tweaking of it. So there was the utilities and how they're hidden. There was the passenger drop-off and the California Sycamore, which I think the Sycamore side of things, things we can talk about as a separate issue. There was the study elevator tower and how that has been resolved. The third story south and east elevations, and then resolving the easement on the exterior side. What was that? Yeah, the easement question, item 6. So if any of those you want to additionally comment on, please make sure to do so.
I thought that the applicant said that the easement on the east side had been resolved.
Yes, that's right. Okay, good. Yeah, I was sorry. I was going for my notes. I didn't realize that Timmy had pulled up the items in front. Okay.
I like the tile on the elevator tower. I think that's fine. I think generally speaking, they addressed most of the issues that we had commented on, except for the windows on the back, which was your comment. I believe that there's 2 problems. One is that there's not really enough stucco above those arched windows on the 2nd floor. And the solution to that is to move that molding up about 30 inches up to, say, the lower mullion on those doors. And then there will be an appropriate amount of stucco above the 2nd story arches, and the upper windows then will become traditional in their dimension. There are no floor-to-ceiling windows in El Pueblo Viejo as far as I can remember. And I don't think that these windows are appropriate to the historic district, and I don't think they're even appropriate to this historic architecture. So if that molding could be moved up to the, if you want, you understand what I'm talking about, to that lower
the belly band. Yeah, the belly band.
The belly band to up about 30 inches. That would solve the problem, and that should not only be on the this is the east elevation, but also on the south elevation. The thing is that there really is no reason to have floor-to-ceiling glass, even if this wasn't in El Pueblo Viejo, because the occupants would just be looking down onto the parking lot. It's not like there's a lake or a beautiful, something beautiful to look down on. So I think that it's functional, and it will also be traditional. Other than that, I think this is a good project, and I'm very supportive of it. We do have to worry about as Mr. Lendick brought up, the niche on the front and the fire plumbing. I forget what they call it. Not the fire plumbing. What do they call that? The
riser.
Riser.
The riser. Yeah, the riser. That needs to be resolved, and it needs to be shown in the plans, the new plans. But I think this is a commendable project, and looking forward to seeing it. And I could, with those comments and with the other comments that I think are going to be made, I think we could find for project design approval. Thank you.
Okay, thank
Mr.
you.
Chair.
Commissioner Drury.
Yes, I agree with Commissioner Mahan's comments. The only thing that gives me pause is the color program. The roof tile is fine. Those awnings, those blue awnings, are they part of the color project?
Which
Blue
awning?
Shown in the photograph.
I can answer that. The original drawings of the building did not include awnings. Those were added at a later date. So we have elected to propose to remove those awnings for
Okay.
consistency with.
So what that shows me is that there's a color palette that starts with a fairly saturated dark blue tile, goes to a medium saturated blue awning, and then there's a sort of a grayed out blue. And I think I would agree with Commissioner Mahan. I think it would be instructive to chip the paint away, find out what the original color was, because it seems to me that's a very faded. It's really not even a blue. It's more like a gray. So my comment would be that I agree with everything Commissioner Mahan has said. I think it's a commendable project, but I think it could use a little bit of pop in the trim around the windows and so on, in that, and not in denim, and something that's actually a real color. That would be my only caveat in terms of project. I like the project very much. Thank you.
We'll tell Levi that denim isn't a real color.
Please do.
Could I ask a follow-up question of the commission, if I may?
Let's not do a dialogue yet, or not dialogue, but we'll come at the end to make sure that we get any other questions that you have answered and clarified. But let's get through the comments first. Other commissioners have comments, and I know you guys have comments to make. Anyone want to jump in? Commissioner Lenvik?
Yeah, thank you. I am I'm concerned that the windows are properly recessed as we would find in a traditional building, and a Mediterranean building. We see them recessed on the front elevation in the photograph there, and but I, without looking quickly at the photograph for the north and the south elevation, I don't know if they're existing recessed right now.
Let's actually do that real fast, because I think that's an important part of the details that we're talking about. Yeah.
Zoom in there. So those windows are recessed, and that is good. That's where they will end up being when they become new. That's good. Okay. Go back to the front elevation. One thing that I see here with those upper second-story windows is I see a proportion of width to height that I don't see being respected in the addition at the rear of the building. Go to the south elevation and east elevation at the rear of the building now. The drawings, yeah, no, the drawings, whatever sheet that is. I don't have a sheet number, but
page 19.
Drawings. Yeah, it's there. So zoom in on there. Yeah, I don't see that the second floor windows. I could be wrong, because we're working at a scale here, which is hard to grab hold of when we don't have real drawings. But I look at the width of those second floor windows to their height, and they don't have the same feel on either the east or the south elevation of the new building that the front windows have. And I would like you to make sure that height to width ratio is respected. It may be better if as someone has suggested, the belly band is raised, but in particular, the third floor windows on the addition on both the east and south elevation are very, very inappropriate. They don't fit Mediterranean architecture, Spanish colonial revival, whatever we want to call this at all. And I think there needs to be additional work done on the windows in particular. On the south elevation, the right-hand side there, zoom in on the addition. What I see here is a entry door with relatively small side lights, and that may be what we have to live with, although you may find that you can choose to widen that door out or widen the opening out and get wider side lights. But what I do see is the fan light window above, at least in the drawing, not being representative of part of the window door arrangement below. And I think that traditionally you would not have that plaster line running through at the head of the door at the base of the fan window, that the fan window and the door assembly would all be one element. And I think you should be looking at what is traditionally done in that kind of a situation.
And just for clarity on that, could we go to the photo of the front? Because I think that you're talking about the arched transom above, is that right?
Yeah, right. Mm-hmm.
And so we can go to
the
front.
To simply match the opening at the front of the building.
Yeah, the door window assembly should be deeply recessed, like the front is, not flush out at the face, and the fan window above is part of the door assembly. So if you can match that in the back, then you're doing a good job there.
Agreed.
back to
No,
the,
sorry. In terms of the applicant, if you could hold off on anything, and we're going to circle back at the end.
I have one more or two more points to make. Go back to the elevations again, exterior elevations of the building. The drawings, whatever sheet 19. Yeah. So zoom in on that south elevation. I think that the two windows on the ground floor need to be redone in a traditional manner, not a single large plate of glass. There needs to be, cut ups, whatever, but that is foreign to the building and needs to be done in a manner which respects the architecture of the building. I don't care if they're there now. They weren't there, I would venture to guess, originally. And so we've got to get it back in a manner that would be traditional to the building originally. And finally, I'm not enamored with the parapet molding assembly which you have designed. I'd be hard pressed to find that particular assembly someplace else in the downtown area. And I would ask that maybe you restudy that to make sure that you've got a good traditional cornice detail and whatever. So those are my comments.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Lenvick. Commissioner, who is up next? Did anyone raise their hand or just someone want to jump in, comment?
Chair.
Commissioner
House. Those are all good comments. On the lighting, I think that needs more study. I'm not so sure about the scale, but looking at that south elevation strikes me as very odd to have the two lights flanking the entry and then a third one above it. It just needs restudy. Also, the fixtures on the front of the building seem to have curved glass, though I just saw that briefly when we were looking at the photos of existing, which leads me to believe they're not the original fixtures because typically they'd be cut from flat sheets of glass. Yeah, they seem to have a curve to them.
Yeah.
So anyway,
Yeah.
that needs to be researched further. When you put all the comments together, please carry forward the comment about coming back with cut sheets on all the lighting. And and I wanted to comment on the denim blue color. I think Commissioner Drury doesn't have, well, I mean, we all have the disadvantage of viewing all of this on a monitor. I have an actual color chip of the denim. It is a lot more like what we're seeing on this entry door here. And if we look at the upstairs windows in this picture, it looks like they haven't been repainted in a long time, and blues typically fade a lot. So the denim is not that color. It's more like what's painted on the entry. So
Thank you, Commissioner.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. All right, Commissioner Edmonds, any comments? Hello, sorry, Commissioner Edmonds.
Well, I have to say, I agree with Commissioner Lenvick in the comments about the plate glass windows. I don't think that they fit with the building. And, originally when I brought up the question about the blue, I actually like blue a lot, but it just doesn't seem to feel right to me. I don't have a good explanation as to why, but this is, I believe maybe Commissioner Mahan's comments are accurate, that if you dig deeper, we'll find that the color was originally maybe more of a teal on this building. And I've been around a long time. I don't remember specifically, but I think this is a newer paint on the building. And I would, if I had my druthers, I would probably go something even more traditional. And then I just have to say, I would agree with everybody else's comments.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Rulli?
I don't have any unique comments. I agree with most of what's been said. Looking at the plan on this north elevation, I guess it would be, or the east, the back of the building. Looking at the plan for the third floor, if that plan is followed at all for furniture layout, there are beds pretty much against those windows on the third floor. So I can't imagine that they'd be very practical. So I support the comment of raising the belly band, decreasing the height of those third floor windows, maybe making them a little more proportional to the district, and also agree with Lindvik's assessment of the proportionality of the second floor window. That was a very good catch. I'm still a little confused about how this adjacent property easement thing works. That looks like a gate there that potentially is locked. So I can't imagine that if that is an exit for the building next door, that's really going to be allowed. It probably is supposed to have panic hardware or something on that. So I'd like to hear a little clarification of how that's actually going to work in reality.
All right, to the applicant.
I'm sorry, would you like us to answer the question regarding the gate at this?
Yeah, and maybe we can go into plan view to look at that. Yeah, how does that work as the gate easement exit, or yeah, how does that whole
Sure.
thing work?
So the building to the north of us that we share that north property line with needs two exits. It needs an exit out the rear of the building. And the only way it can exit out into the city's parking lot is through our property. So they come into the covered outdoor area. You see the little door there from their property. They come into the covered outdoor area under our building footprint into that transitional space, and then it exits out that gate to the right of way. So that gate does have panic hardware on it. So it will be locked from the outside so that people can't walk into it from the outside unless you've got a key. But if you're egressing from the interior, you can egress out without keys.
Does that answer your question, Commissioner Uli?
Well, kind of, but the illustration doesn't communicate that. This is where the switchgear is, right? In 007. That opening labeled as in 007 doesn't communicate an exit, communicates a window. So I just want to be clear, if that all gets resolved, and what's being illustrated is what winds up being approved and not something else.
Oh, are you saying because there's no swing on it? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that opening labeled in 007 looks like a window opening, not a door or a gate. It doesn't look like a pair of gates to me.
The N07 is a door tag, and that's linked to a door in our door schedule sheet, which indicates that it has panic hardware for you. But when we come back for final, we'll make sure that we get a little arced symbol on that so that it's clear that it's a swinging gate for you.
Yeah, because I think your opening is just simply illustrated as a single line, but it doesn't tell you that it's an exit.
Only Agent 007 gets to go out that way.
Oh, well, all right. Well, then.
Okay, any other questions before we go back? We'll go back to comments, Commissioner Early. Okay. All right.
I said before, I agree with most of the analysis and comments made before.
Okay, great. Thank you. Commissioner Lundvik, another question?
Yes, comment. I think that this plan indicates something to us, and the plan above, for the floor above as well. We're expecting that these new doors and windows be recessed in the same manner that the windows and doors on the front of the building are recessed. Can you go to the proposed plan for the second floor? and zoom in back there in the back. So those windows are tough to pin down right now, but they don't appear to me to be recessed, set back. Yeah, maybe they are. Maybe they are. I'm trying to see here. Yeah, they are. Okay, that's good. That's good.
They look like they're.
Yeah, they look like they're recessed. That's good. Thank you. That's all I have.
All right. Any other comments by any of the commissioners?
I just, in just following up on Commissioner Limvick, I think what's makes it a little confusing is that we see the property line illustrated on the second floor and the third floor, and a little confusing graphically to try and figure out what's going on.
Yep, the random mullions popping in and out of the openings.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. I'll add just a couple of comments, and then I'll summarize those comments that we have had, and see if we can get a motion. So one, if we can go to the cornice detail, which was brought up before, but if we can zoom in. And this is just, so my comment tags along with what other commissioners have said about that cornice. The profile needs to be, you need to look at some cornices around town, some historic ones, because then they're always done right. But if you, can you zoom in even more to detail, parapet detail 9? Just as a, okay, yeah. So starting at the bottom, and I just want to kind of give a quick little breakdown of where things should be as sort of general rules. Sometimes they get played with and done differently a little bit, but in general, the rules stay for the most part the same. So that bottom piece, the very bottom that sticks out the most, that portion, there's basically, it's made up of 3 parts: the architrave, the frieze, and then the top cornice part. And when you go around town, you look at different examples, you'll see that that first step, the architrave at the bottom, is going to be in line with the next step, which is the frieze in the middle, and they might get broken up with a band of some sort, but there should be, generally speaking, the same line. And usually it doesn't come very far off the building. And then the very top part, the cornice, can be all different shapes. That right now you have that quarter round. But looking at those 3 parts and just seeing how they relate to historically to buildings, I think is an important step. So when you do go around town and find some examples that you like or want to emulate, I think if you can bring in pictures of those as well, I think it'll help to lock in visually what you're going for and how those steps will work. Similarly for the belly band, I noticed, I don't have a detail of it, but I noticed in elevation, there are some bulges that are a little strange. And so if you can take a look at belly bands around town as well, and they'll give you some hints as to sort of typical arrangements of moldings for them. And then the other comment was, I mean, the lighting discussion, I think has been brought up. I think that I agree that the lights in the front are almost 100% for sure not historic, and I think you probably could find better examples of more Spanish lights. They're almost sort of like colonial knockoff kind of things, and so currently, and so I think you can find some better examples even just around town. And sort of by some of the usual local manufacturers as well. So that might be able to have better, really lighting being sort of the special jewelry of the building. It's an opportunity to have that kind of high level of ironwork. And then I'll summarize the comments, the other comments by commissioners. So there was one general theme of looking at seeing if you can find some historic photos to look at both the tile work underneath the windows in the front, as well as the light fixtures, see if there was a hint of what was originally there or a design that was originally there. And then also to sort of take a look at what the original paint colors were, maybe chip away and see if on some windows and doors you can find something that is a stronger or more historic match, and with the discussion of popping color more. But basically those kind of 3 items as the historic forensic digging, and that might lead to some good solutions for your tile work, your lighting, and your paint colors. With the discussion of the paint color is not. We want more study of the paint color. So and with the potential for a stronger color. The windows and doors in general need to match the existing condition in terms of their recess from the outer wall, and as much as possible, the profiles of the existing windows. Profiles and proportions, I would say, as well. And I think we're going to need to see details of this and how this is going to be accomplished, because you have a few different conditions, and I think that all the details of those will need to be really shown and show that you're assembling it in the similar to the historic or very close to the historic windows and doors. And I know there are different types because there's double hung, there's all different types, but most of them have the same similarities of setbacks. Another item was the riser needs to be resolved on the front corner of the building and shown how it is hidden within the wall. And the window recess we discussed. Oh, the mullion and the proportion of the lights, I think, is the key. And I think when you look at the front elevation, is a good place. You see that in general, the proportions for the divided lights are either square or close to square. And actually, from the pictures, they even looked a little bit horizontal, but they're close to square or horizontal. And so, in general, I think getting your window lights to be those proportions is going to put it into this building's vocabulary. So to adjust the window and door lights to be in proportion with the current building lights windows. And then on the south elevation, the large plate glass on the ground floor, or I don't know if it's plate glass, but the large undivided windows are to be made more traditional and to have divisions similar to the rest of the doors and windows. The lighting needs to be more Spanish colonial revival, and we'll just leave it at that. And with looking at see if you can find historic lightings for inspiration or emulation. And then the cornice at the top of the rear building on the south elevation, I guess, and the east elevation needs to be restudied and to look at historic examples. And then as well, the belly band, the profile of the belly band, you can put that in there, that comment as well. The cornice and as well as the belly band profiles need to be restudied and be more historic. And then the positioning of the belly band needs to be lifted on the east elevation to approximately 30 inches to reproportion the third floor windows, and which also need to be divided per the previous comments with the mullions to be square or horizontal in proportion. And let's see, is there anything I missed there? Oh, wrought iron to put wrought iron brackets on the balconies for the east, for the south and east elevation to match the front. And then the roof of the elevator shaft is acceptable. And let's see, other key. I think those were the main items. Am I missing anything, Commissioner Uli?
I would just amplify your belly band and cornice comment to include both the east and west elevation as it wraps around.
Oh, yeah, good point.
only included the south. Or the east,
Yep.
sorry. So it'd be the north and the south as well as the east.
Mr. Chair?
Yes,
And
Commissioner Drury?
hold on there, Mr.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry there, Mr. Lee.
Yeah.
I paused for a second.
Commissioner Lee. And he pounced.
I paused long and that gave you the clue that you could talk. Sorry. I didn't see any note about the existing awnings on the west elevation. So if they're to return or remain, and if there are any others to be added, we should be aware of those. And also, there was a comment by the applicant about landscaping, and it didn't look like there was any amount of landscaping on the project. And so I'm comfortable if they want to propose landscaping off of the approved list and not actually see a landscaping plan, since there's not much of it to be discussed.
And actually, let's clarify that with the applicant now, just before we get the motion. So if the applicant could confirm their stance on the landscape or lack thereof.
Yeah, on
With
if
the-
you look at the roof plan, there's 3 tiny little planters that are an integral part of the stormwater management program. So there's one on the southern half of the building, or sorry, the western half of the building towards State Street, incorporated into that roof terrace. There's, yep, that's one. And no, that's a fire pit element. That's number 2, and then on the southern side, straight across from that, is number 3. So overlooking the beer garden. There you go. So I don't know how many square feet those are total, but those are the 3 areas. And yeah, we would like to select plants off the approved list rather than engage a landscape architect to put together a.
And then, Mr. Chair, just to follow up on that, you're not proposing any vines to be planted at the ground level that inch up the building or on a stick or something?
We're not, and we really don't have any space to do so.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions for the applicant, Commissioner Lee? Or is that good? Okay. Thank you. All right. Any other comments, Commissioner Early, before we go to Commissioner Drury, and then we'll go to Commissioner Lendick?
No, I'm good.
Commissioner Early?
I'm good.
Okay, Commissioner Drury?
Yeah, my comment would be that I would like to put a plug in for Commissioner Vena's sycamore tree in the space out front. I think his idea was that the sculptural qualities, both leaved and unleaved, is a nice counterpoint to the traditional architecture of the building. I think that should be at least memorialized in the comments that would be a good tree for that spot. Thank you.
And I would ask staff about regarding that, whether that if this goes to a motion, how best to incorporate our wishes of the sycamore to be continued as a separate thing, or how would it work best?
No, Mr.
All
Chair,
right,
you could condition it as part of your motion. As mentioned
Okay,
earlier,
great.
any trees, any landscaping that's being put on the plans will get reviewed by Water Resources as part of our internal review. And
Okay.
If it isn't compliant, they'll have to come back for review after final at that time.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, before we,
Commissioner Uli.
I just want to clarify that point. The requirement of the tree is not a requirement of the project. It is a suggestion that the street tree program not put in what they're planning to put in, but to put in a sycamore. So I would hate for it to become a condition of this project and then somehow get hung up in some kind of sticky process. It's really that we're asking the city in its own street tree program to put a sycamore in and not some other street weed that they would normally put in.
Exactly.
It can also
We
be
won't
a
say street.
suggestion.
Okay, so to clarify, Ms. Plummer, how can that work to detach them and send it on its way down? Can that just be a separate comment that gets carried on to street tree land?
Mr. Chair and to Commissioner Uli, I would suggest if you want it just as a suggestion, you phrase it that way. It's a suggestion, and we can forward that comment to the appropriate body for that.
Okay, thank you. All right, Commissioner Lenvik, did you have additional?
Yes, I in looking at the first photograph on the set of drawings, I noticed that there are pipes or conduit or whatever on the side of the building, and I assume that those are going to come off as part of the remodel work.
Let's get the photo in front of us here.
The top right one. The top right one.
Oh,
So
yeah.
I assume that's
So
coming off.
I think that's a question to the applicant. Is that that downspout and gutter line across the south side of the building coming off?
Yes, that's roof drainage that's being rerouted to the parking lot. So in order to meet the city's stormwater treatment requirements, we have to completely capture and reroute all of the water that hits the roof. So those are going away and the drainage is being routed internal to the building.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay. All right. Anything else to add? I would say that at least it sounds like, and we can have this discussion. It sounds like, and at least to me, it seems like this project's ready for design approval with all those comments, and knowing that these are minor tweaks, but they're serious tweaks that need to get resolved before final. But I'd be open to what other commissioners want to propose if they want something differently in this, and then to make a motion.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, Commissioner House.
I would very much like to reward this fine project with a project design approval, but I think that a lot of the comments that have been made are pretty significant design elements. So I really think it should be continued for 2 weeks to the next meeting, at which time, if they've resolved all those issues, they could get PDA and final at the same meeting.
Other commissioners' thoughts? How's everyone feeling about that? All right.
Mr. Chair,
Anyone?
I would agree with Commissioner
Commissioner.
House. I would agree with
All right.
Commissioner.
Okay. Does someone want to make a motion?
Yes, I'll make a motion for a 2-week continuance to incorporate the comments that have been made and agendize it for project design approval.
Second.
Second. Oh.
Oh, Commissioner Uli, gotcha. Okay, under discussion. Any discussion? I'm going to ask the applicant if they have any questions in order if it's clear. But any other discussion from the board? All right. To the applicant, do you have any questions or clarifications that you need in addition?
Yeah, there are a couple things. Some of the things that that we really appreciate your input and attention to detail on proportion and height and the cornices. I would ask, it helps us a lot to give us as much specificity as possible on things like cornice detail, light detail on paint color, so that we don't end up bouncing back and forth a couple times. We're going for a historical accuracy, and we don't want to guess at what you would like. And my bigger comment is related to being continued rather than getting a PDA. It might not seem that consequential to you all, but to us, there's a huge difference between getting PDA today and coming back for final in order to address your comments versus being continued to both. So it really helps us. It helps us move the project forward if we can leave here with the PDA and address your comments for final.
And I'd like to second that, Dan. I'd like to second that. It's so critical for the timing of this project. We have so many hurdles to get over, and the carrying cost for this project is so substantial. Getting the approval now is huge for us while incorporating your comments into the next round. So I would implore you to consider that today because of how significant it is for this project and for this to be a viable project in itself.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you for those comments. So now we'll go back to the board. Any more discussion about this from the commission?
Or does anybody want to make a substitute motion?
Actually, I'll take a swing at this. If no one else wants to, I would like to make a substitute motion. I feel that even though there is a lot of these details that we need to work out, they're going to have to work them out anyways for final. And if that means that they're going to do 2 rounds of final or 3 rounds if they can't get them right, then I would be comfortable with the reality of not just the massing, but all the pieces where they are right now are pretty resolved. It's now refining those details, and yes, mullions, and yes, all the profiles matter, but it's now at that level where the medium-sized pieces are all in place, and in general are very close to being exact. And so I'd be comfortable with it. It just might mean that there's multiple rounds of final in my mind if they can't get them right off at the first swing of final. So I'll make a substitute motion for all those same comments, but for project design approval to be coming back for final with all those details. And things like colors, I would recommend that people come in with multiple colors so it's not a one swing thing if they're happy with a couple of different options that are all in our color guide. So, but anyways, I'll make that substitute motion, and if there is a second, we'll go on. Otherwise, we'll go back to the motion.
I'll second.
Was that Commissioner Drury?
Yes.
Okay.
So, Mr.
All right.
Chair,
Yeah.
I just wanted, if you are going to be making a motion for an approval, there are findings that need to be incorporated into the motion. So I just wanted to make sure that those were included. They're listed in the footer. There is an exemption 15183 for the non-residential square footage that's being added, as well as development plan approval findings, structure of merit findings as the building is a designated resource, and project compatibility criteria. So you will need to go through all of those as part of your motion if you'd like to pursue that.
Okay, do we want to do this? So in order, we need to do these first before we can vote on the substitute motion. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, I would suggest so, because as part of your motion, you're saying why you're granting as part of project design approval, why you're finding the project consistent with those findings. So I would go through them.
I was just trying to save some. I was just going to try to save some time if it wasn't going to pass.
Right.
So,
yeah.
Okay. All right. So I'll take a shot at this. This is for single guideline section 15183 exemption, project consistent with the general plan. The commission finds the project qualifies for an exemption from further environmental review under CEQA guideline section 15183 based on the city staff analysis and CEQA certificate of determination on file for this project. For the development plan findings, the proposed development complies with all applicable provisions of this title. Proposed development is consistent with the principles of sound community planning, and the proposed development will not have a significant adverse impact on the community's aesthetics or character, in that the size, bulk, or scale of the development will be compatible with the neighborhood based on the project compatibility analysis criteria, section 22.22.145. Or 22.68.045 of the Santa Barbara Municipal Code. And the proposed development is consistent with the policies of the city Santa Barbara traffic management strategy as approved by the city resolution number 13-010, dated March 12th, 2013, as expressed in the allocation allowances specified in section 30.170.1030 or 28.85.050. And the project compatibility criteria, compliance with the city charter and municipal code, consistent with design guidelines. It's consistent with design guidelines. It's consistent with design guidelines applicable to location within El Pueblo Viejo. It's compatible
Mr.
with
Chair?
architecture care. Yes.
Apologies. If you can actually indicate reasons for why it's meeting the criteria. For example, that
Okay.
the design is consistent with the guidelines because it,
Okay.
incorporates these design methods or something like that.
Yeah.
Thank
Okay. So, it is consistent with the design guidelines because it incorporates the Spanish colonial character of the EPV. And do we need to list out particularities of it? Or is that
Mr.
general
Chair,
enough?
I think that would be nice if you want to elaborate more.
Okay.
But it's
Such a-
at your discretion.
Yeah, in the massing, proportion of openings, use of plaster, red tile roofs, etc. It's compatible with the architecture character of the city and neighborhood. It fits within both State Street and the EPV, and is sensitive to the surrounding properties. Is appropriate in mass, bulk, and scale. The size, mass, bulk, height, and scale of the project is appropriate for State Street and its adjacent properties. It's sensitive to adjacent landmarks and historic resources, including itself. Let's see. Yes, and I think that's covers that. And then 5, public views of the oceans and mountains does not impact views of the oceans or mountain from public scenic vistas. And then the use of open space and landscaping, it doesn't have, it has an appropriate amount based on where it is in State Street. And minimal landscaping is not required. Structure merit findings, alterations to a structure of merit. No structure merit should be, the exterior alterations are being made for the purposes of restoration of the structure of merit to its original appearance or close to it, and in order to substantially aid in its preservation or enhancement as a historic resource. Okay. And any other findings we need to make?
That's what you get for making a substitute motion.
I know, gosh, wow, that'll teach me.
And we have a visual Commissioner Mahan again.
All right, he's back. All right, so that's it, right? In terms of the findings that have to be made?
Yes, I believe you did the development plan approval findings, you did structure of merit, project compatibility criteria, and 15183. So we're good.
All right.
Thank you.
And all right, so now we have a second. So under discussion, any discussion on the substitute motion? Okay, with that, we'll do a roll call vote for the substitute motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Heidi Rydell. I'll begin the roll call vote. Vice Chair House,
Aye.
Commissioner Mahan,
Yes.
Commissioner Edmonds,
Abstain.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundvik,
Yes.
Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Thank you so much. The motion
Well,
passes.
All that effort of reading was worth it. All right. Great. Let's see. So this is
Mr. Chair,
appealable
Mr. Chair.
action.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Mann.
Did your motion also include a 2-week continuance? Are they coming back in 2 weeks?
Ms.
include that?
Plummer, is there?
It did not.
They did not. Ms. Plummer, is there any reason they couldn't, or is there anything that needs to be added to that?
No, Mr. Chair, you can include it for a 2-week continuance and it'll be scheduled for that hearing. Thank you.
Okay, and is the applicant okay with the 2-week continuance?
Yes.
Okay, all right, so with that 2-week continuance, and then do I need to do the appeal? Yeah, announce the appeal period. Okay, so this.
Excuse
Yes.
me. So I'm sorry that there's a 2-week continuance of, is that for our final HLC? That
Yeah.
would be the last thing we have to do.
And to clarify for the applicant as well as the commission, so it can be continued 2 weeks for final approval. I will say that the applicant is working to finalize their plans for Tier 3 stormwater compliance. That will be required prior to final approval. So your motion is fine. They can be slated for 2 weeks, but it will be contingent upon that.
So in other words, it could get pushed to whenever the applicant's actually ready and has everything in that they need for final, including
That's correct.
the Tier 3 stormwater. Okay, great. Is that clear to the applicant?
That's clear.
Okay. So then the 10-day appeal period. So this project is appealable, or this decision is appealable to City Council within 10 calendar days. Okay.
Mr. Chair, this is Heidi Rydell. I just had a
Yes.
quick question. Are we adding language to the motion about a 2-week continuance, or does the motion stand as it was voted on?
If we need to add the language, do we need to revote? Is that Ms. Plummer? Or is it okay to just add that as an afterthought because the applicant needs to come back and needs to get their all their things together anyways to submit in the 2 weeks.
The motion maker and seconder would have had to okayed it, and I don't believe anyone else has changed their vote. So
Okay. So we can just leave it out for now then, and just tell the applicant that if they want to get their things in, or do you think it needs to get what should we do? Should we revote, or should we, if we want the applicant to be able to come back in 2 weeks if they have their
Mr. Chair, I believe Ms. Rydell just wanted a clarification. So you can do a revote, just so it's clear for the record.
Yes.
But I think she just wanted a clarification.
Yeah, my question is whether or not we are adding language to the motion, because if we're adding language after it was voted on, then I believe we have to do an amended motion. So that's whether or not the board would like to add language about a 2-week continuance to the motion. And I think that was what Chair Grumbine was trying to clarify with Pilar just now, is whether or not you need to add language about a 2-week
Yes,
continuance.
we want to add that language.
So we want to add
We
that
wanna add
language,
that.
okay.
Yes.
Okay, and do we need anything any vote to add that language, or are we just good with just adding it
Yes,
and clarifying
Mr.
it now?
Chair, if you can do
Okay.
a revote. Thank you.
Let's revote and get this over with. All right. to add the 2-week continuance to the motion. So let's do a roll call vote.
All right. We will begin with Commissioner Mahan,
Yes.
Commissioner Edmonds,
Abstain?
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundvik, Vice Chair House,
Yes.
Chair Grumbine.
Yes.
Motion passes. Thank you.
All right, and it's appealable 10 days to City Council. All right.
Right, you need to make all those findings again.
All right. Okay, so now we are done and clear on with item 1? The only item 1. Okay, we're on to item 2. So downtown waterfront city right away. And maybe let's take a 5-minute break, or let's do a 5-minute recess. What time was this scheduled for? How far behind are we?
It was scheduled for 2:50.
So 50 minutes ago.
Wow. Okay. All right. Let's do a 5-minute recess, and then we'll try to get back in and hit our next items. All right. Thank you. Landmarks Commission. We are on to item 2, downtown and waterfront city right-of-way, project design approval and final approval. This is so in partnership with the city permitted bike share operator Bicycle, the Public Works Department is proposing the first phase of the pilot bike share program. When complete, the project will involve the installation of 500 bike share docks, which will serve 250 electric assist bikes in the public bike share system. Of the 500 docks, around 300 to 350 will be located downtown or along State Street. The remaining 150 to 200 docks will be located along the waterfront. A number of the enrollment kiosks will be installed to help serve walk-up customers. These docks and bike share stations, grouping of docks will be located in furniture zone, adjacent to other street fixtures, including light poles, newspaper stands, planters, and street trees, and existing bike hitching posts. Along State Street and in downtown area, these stations will consist of small groups of 2 to 6 docks. Along the waterfront and in higher usage areas, this dock number may increase to accommodate additional users. Project design approval and final approval are requested. Project requires consistency with the project compatibility criteria. Project was last reviewed on August 5th, 2020. Okay, so with that, do we want to review do we have the
Minutes from the last
minutes?
review.
Yeah, the minutes from last review we can pull up.
And then I also had some staff comments, Mr. Chair, after that.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, so the motion was continue indefinitely with the following comments. The commission is appreciative and supportive of bike share program proposal, of the bike share program proposal. Number 2, the commission is concerned with the amount of bikes on State Street and it should be considered whether it is appropriate to have bike docks on the pedestrian section of State Street rather than on the perpendicular or parallel side streets. The majority of the commission finds black to be acceptable color for the bike docks, but suggests adding some ornamentation or a shroud to make them more fitting for El Pueblo Viejo. Number 4, the commission is mostly concerned with the 3.0 docks, but the applicant should consider changes to the 1.0 kiosks to bring them more into the language of El Pueblo Viejo. The motion was by House, second by Mahan, 7-0-0. Vena was absent, the motion carried. All right, and Ms. Plummer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to let the commission know that since the last HLC review on this project, it was reviewed by the Architectural Board of Review and they granted project design approval and final approval, I believe on August 24th. I also wanted to remind the commission that if an approval is granted at this hearing, you should include the project compatibility criteria. And I did want to note, as the project site is located in the coastal zone, it does have coastal review applied to it. At this time, it's been preliminarily determined to qualify for a coastal exemption, and a final determination will not be made until a complete application is submitted as part of the Public Works review. So should the HLC grant an approval at this hearing, I would ask that approval is contingent upon the granting of a coastal exemption. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, welcome. If you could introduce yourself and then take it away.
Thanks, Chair Grumbine and HLC members. This is Rob Dayton and Morgan Raymaker, who is the Executive Director of B-Cycle. It's, again, a pleasure to be before your board. I don't get to do this very often, so I'm always excited to be back. And wanted to walk you through, in as brief as I can, just to get a baseline understanding if people are new to what is actually going on, and then respond to the comments we received last time. Go to the next slide, please. We are here because council's desire to do a bike share program. They've had this in the bicycle master plan. They've had it in the general plan. In fact, it's been something that the city council has really been asking Public Works to do for many years. What they have done is they implemented a bike share pilot program. They put out a request for proposals, directed us to do that in July of 2019. And then we came back with some, out of our request for proposals, we came back with some candidates. And They selected B-Cycle, so everything you're going to see the council has seen in terms of the bike and the dock. Next slide. You may recall that one of the reasons why Public Works was very hesitant to move on with the council's proposal is the aesthetic nature of bike share. There's either docks or there's mess. Next slide. They have not been too nice, and Public Works is very familiar with your high standards, very familiar with what the HLC expects, and quite frankly, we didn't think that this is the kind of thing that HLC would like to see on our streets. Next slide. When the bikes went dockless, it got worse, and we had bikes everywhere. And this also, although we probably wouldn't need it to come to HLC for, you know, a dockless bike, still not a good sight. Next slide. Around cities and the cities I've traveled in, you may have done it too. The dockless bikes are not well kept. Next slide. It doesn't matter if you prop them up in the morning. This is in the morning. Someone comes along and does a domino effect and they're on the ground. This gentleman's trying to help out. Generally disorderly and messy. And then multiple companies also add to the challenge of keeping it neat and having an aesthetic look that Santa Barbara can accept. Next slide. So even in cities like Pasadena, who start to measure up to Santa Barbara's expectations, it was not a pretty sight. Next slide. So when we started reading about the capabilities of B-Cycle, we started to get a little warmer to the idea that maybe we are ready to do this in Santa Barbara. The bike that they originally showed us, which is on the screen, had a bigger logo. It didn't have the aesthetic features on the basket or in the back to the extent that it looked a little more LA-ish, and now they have done some studies and gotten to the bike where it actually looks like it might be the feel, although they didn't change the type that is manufactured specifically for B-Cycle, which is this bike is manufactured for punishment, to not break, to not wear out. They were still able to get to an aesthetic nature that was pretty pleasing. The next slide, please, shows us what we are really excited about and what we feel and got some receptivity from yourselves and from ABR is this standalone bike rack looking dock. It doesn't take a bunch of docks all together. It's just individual. It comes in black from the manufacturer. I know that you're only deciding black or what the color is today, but we received some favorable comments from you last time. ABR unanimously said black looks good, simplistic, disappears. We like the way this disappears. Next slide, just to show you a little bit on the plaza, what the disappearing looks like. We tried to show you pictures where we had more groupings than others. Next slide. The idea is to put these more in pairs, similar to this. So it shows you one with a bike, one without. Next slide. Other locations, just showing you what it might look like in a photoshopped way. Most of the docks would likely be empty. There's more docks than there are bikes because it's a one-way trip. So you have to find a dock where you're going. Next slide. And this is the type of simplicity that we thought may be best for Santa Barbara. And so that's one of the reasons we like B-Cycle. That's one of the reasons council chose them. Next slide is it's not a mess. It has some order to it. Next slide. So these go in the plaza. These require a foundation that would be colored the brick color. We've received some public comments about benches and bike racks and displacing them. That is not the goal. We do not want to do that. We want to avoid that with the program. There will be a certain number per block that is appropriate for the block. It's not outnumbering or outweighing the block, but just an appropriate number. They have to be spread out evenly. Next slide. Based on the destinations, and then the 1.0 station, which is their older dock dressed up and with less bikes, less options versus a big train of docks. very simplistic. The reason that they require this, we really pushed back on putting this one in. We really prefer what we call the 3.0, which is the last one. They say they really need this for people who are just entering the system, who don't have an account. This particular kiosk takes a credit card so they can check out a bike without becoming a member right away. So this is as simplistic as they could get it. One of your members asked if the top is lit. It is not. It's just a very simple design. Next slide. And this is what it looks like with the bikes in it. But again, more than likely, you're not going to have all the bikes in it most of the time. So you're going to see it either half empty or empty, as bikes will be out and then returning. Next slide. So this is what that looks like in the field. The ones that are the 3.0 are only in the waterfront area. These were also shown to ABR and approved. Next slide. And then you also asked about, looking at the balconies. Someone, an HLC member, talked about the balconies, that the balconies are simplistic too, but what makes them elegant is the scroll. So we had some scrolls added. This may not be the right scroll. This is the one that the artist did. And it's hard to see, but the scroll in the pair, there's a scroll on either either side. It's an iron scroll. And just a couple issues about this. We totally understand, as we looked at this, what the goal was. We wanted to take something simplistic and make it a little bit more elegant. And we totally understand the desire to do that. It really makes sense for Santa Barbara. Here's some of the reasons why we would not recommend this. The main thing is that there actually is a different material altogether from the aluminum, the elegant aluminum that is the 3.0 dock. This would probably be in an iron, although we probably could make it in aluminum as well. It's a little bit more difficult, but attaching this to the 3.0 dock voids the manufacturer warranty, so we wouldn't be able to penetrate at all into the 3.0 dock without voiding the warranty. The other thing is that this appendage on the side, because we're having people walk through the middle and on the side around the bike, many of the people from B-Cycle and from my staff believe that this would become a trip hazard, possibly an ADA trip hazard for people who are not even renting the bikes. And so those are some of the challenges. Also, the manufacturers concerned about the metal on the sides interfering with the cellular connectivity. Each one of these has its own cell phone. That's how it works. That's how you unlock a dock, is you get on your phone, the cellular connection, once you have paid for your ride, is what unlocks the bike. They're concerned about that. And then finally, it's just the extra expense. This will be on us to pay for these if we're going to do this. And the estimated cost of doing this with the numbers we have involved on the plaza becomes a pretty big number. We haven't detailed out that, but it's probably going to be in the more of the $50,000 to $75,000 range to do and outfit all these custom. So those would be the reasons that we would not recommend it, but we're happy to entertain more comments. We're looking for approval today from you. Next slide, I just want to remind you of the locations that we're looking at. And again, we spoke with the ABR, who has a jurisdiction outside of your jurisdiction in the waterfront. The green ones are the 1.0, and the black ones are the 3.0. We did receive a lot of comments about the plaza, and is in your recommendation is considering not having it in the plaza because of the issue that has arisen. As we have closed State Street, we have this issue that's happening in terms of the conflicts between pedestrian and bikes on the plaza. So I want to speak to that a little bit. Ultimately, this is probably going to be a council decision as we talk about permanency and whether or not we do not continue to not have vehicles onto the plaza. I can tell you the AIA polling of citizens, which was nearly 5,000 votes, is saying over 90%, most of them local, are saying that they do not want to see vehicles return to the plaza. More than The majority, they were also asked if bicycles should remain on the street. The majority said they should. That was in the 50+%. I think it was like 55% versus 42. It was close. Here's the challenge for us as we move forward in having the plaza. The challenge for us is that if we're not going to have vehicles on the plaza, we're going to have to ensure that when you go to the street, it's active and someone's on the street. We estimate that bicycles, if you account for the entire activity of the day, account for somewhere around 50% of the activity. And so if we remove bicycling from the street, we're going to be removing a good portion of the activity from the street. That doesn't mean that what we have now is ideal. Clearly, the permanent feature would have a segregated path. It was very clear to a pedestrian when they're crossing that bike path. We don't have that now. So we would just ask you to leave that in the hands of the council and future decisions as we move forward. If we do end up moving to a permanent closure that has a different design, more than likely, all the 3.0 docks within the plaza would have to be relocated anyway. So with that, and if you have any, we're open to any questions and comments, but again, we're looking for that approval on the color black. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners.
Okay, thank you. All right, so with that, does that complete your presentation?
It does, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Oh, sorry, forgot that I had to turn my camera back on. Okay, so with that, let's go to public comment. Any member of the public wishing to comment, please follow the instructions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for all the commissioners for turning on your webcams if you have one. So if you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon on your GoToWebinar control panel. And that lets me know that you wish to speak. I do have Callum DeForest. Mr. DeForest, I saw that your hand was raised. Did you wish to speak? Your microphone is live. Could you please confirm if you wish to speak?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. So
We
you
can.
have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay, I think I do not think that the pedestrian, to add this furniture to State Street would continue the clutter. I can remember that was the clutter of the cars that were once parked. You once were allowed to park on State Street, and there was a cars were up and down State Street, and when State Street was revitalized in the 50s, they got rid of they widened the sidewalks, got rid of the cars, and wanted to open that up as a vista for the enhanced Santa Barbara and for public enjoyment could walk on the sidewalks. Now, if the bicycles, these bicycle docks and bicycles are introduced on State Street, it'll just bring back the clutter that we got rid of when we abandoned the cars. So this is, I think, the docks should not be on the sidewalk and the furniture zone, but possibly in stores or out of the way so the public doesn't. So the vista of down State Street is retained. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeForest. Okay.
And then, Mr. Chair, next I have Anna Marie Gott. And then after Anna Marie Gott, I'm going to call on James Marston. Ms. Scott, I've just unmuted you. It looks like your microphone is live. You have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon. The ADR actually approved a project that required a coastal development permit because nothing was noticed and because it actually incorporates items inside of the coastal zone. This project will be appealed for the ABR, and I really do believe with the HLC because some of your purview goes down into the coastal zone. So given that, you received an email from me late today. This project does not actually comply with the pedestrian master plan regarding encroachments. It also doesn't comply with many of the things that we've actually done for the pandemic, one of which is to pass an ordinance that allows people to go ahead and put patio dining out on the sidewalks as well as in the streets. If any of you have been up and down State Street now, I want you to now imagine what these bike racks will actually look at. And we don't really even know anything other than something that's a Photoshop. We haven't seen anything on the ground with all of these racks together as examples with bikes installed. So we will not be able to see and determine the actual detrimental effect of the visual of these bikes in front of all of these historical buildings, and especially in the El Pueblo Viejo area. More importantly, though, than all of this is the fact that we have a commercial entity that is not paying rent, that will be putting twice as many bike places that we need on State Street, that will have to, people will have to compete with space. These spaces should actually be relegated to our parking lot, which we have sufficient number and sufficient places in our parking lot, and we wouldn't have to worry about all of these additional architectural design elements that Mr. Dayton spoke of, and issues with trip hazards and everything else. I really urge you to deny the project. Take a look at my email that I sent, because it actually outlines how you can deny the project and the many items that you could deny the project on today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next I have James Marston. Mr. Marston, I've just unmuted you. You have 2 minutes. It looks like your microphone is live. You have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you. I first want to say how glad I am that at least we're going to have docked bikes instead of undocked, which made a huge problem for people with disabilities. I am concerned that this more street furniture is going to really make accessibility worse. One thing I noticed looking at the pictures was that this is going to eliminate many places where people sit for parade seating and the Fiesta vendor stalls in the furniture zone. And we don't know the future of the downtown shuttle bus, but if they're going to be, right now, are these bike spots going to be where the existing bus stops are, or are you going to leave those bus stops available in case we keep the shuttle going? And those buses, which I ride a lot, are often filled with elderly people and small children who would not be renting bikes. The elderly are not going to be renting these things to go up State Street or with their grandkids or whatever. And if State Street stays closed, shouldn't the bikes then be in the street in like a parking spot instead? I think it'd be much better to have those bikes in the street if we're going to keep the street closed. But I'm concerned about accessibility for people. It's already very nasty right now with all the parklets and sidewalk dining, but anything more on the streets just seems to be a problem. So thank you. But I would like to know if someone could answer a thing about the downtown shuttle bus and what they really think is going to happen in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then, Mr. Chair, I'd just like to, again, open it up to members of the public who are joining us by webinar. If you wish to speak, to please raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon on your GoToWebinar control panel, and I'll call on you. I don't see anyone else. I would just ask Ms. Rydell if we received any additional written correspondence. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen. This is
Rydell?
Heidi Rydell. We did receive written correspondence for this item that was distributed to the commission prior to this hearing. Thank you.
All right. So recognizing those correspondence. So anything else before we close public comment? All right. Back to the commission for questions. All right. Do we have commissioners, if you would raise your hand if you have a question?
No question.
All right. Questions? All right. In that case, let's go into comments.
I'll venture out.
Commissioner Uli.
I'll venture out.
Yep.
Really, I suppose you boil it all down. The only thing in front of us is whether or not we agree with the color black or not. Everything else will be decided by those who are elected to make those decisions. I'll say that I think black is probably the most appropriate color of the standard colors that the manufacturer makes this in. Kind of reminds me of Henry Ford, you know, where he said, well, you can have any color you want as long as it's black. So, you know, a black matches the wrought iron that's along the street, you know, and on the buildings and various other locations. My own opinion is it would be much more appropriate if that color matched the other street furniture, like street lamps and stop signs, stop posts and that kind of a thing. But I know how penny pinching the Public Works Department is, and they're certainly not going to tolerate adding money. I don't necessarily, I heard the discussion about adding doodads and, you know, things to this to make it, quote, more Santa Barbara, unquote. But don't necessarily agree with that. I mean, you know, where's the red tile attachment, you know, the eave and rake detail? It just seems a little much. In my opinion, it's a clean device. You know, we shouldn't look to compromise it because it is a product manufactured. If we void the manufacturer's warranty, then we're on the hook to maintain and replace these things if they're damaged. And it just seems to be a risk that is not needed. And I would agree with the analysis that anything that attaches to it, like this wrought iron trim detail, does create a trip hazard. You know, unless it's painted yellow so that you can see it, you know, it just seems to be problematic to me. And it just adds to the clutter. You know, it's very clean the way it is. So my only suggestion is that, you know, looking to the left of this photograph, you can see the bike post that's there. None of this stuff is really coordinated very well with the pattern of the bricks. You know, this seems that holes are punched in it, and it just becomes an eyesore really over time. I'd suggest that in their placement that somehow they are worked out so that they work with the pattern of the brick, and bricks aren't cut to a third or a half or a nub or a notch or, you know, that kind of a thing. There's a real clean way to do it, and we should just pay attention to those details because it's in that makes the whole thing successful. That's it for me.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, Commissioner House.
Well, first of all, I think it's a great program. I just think it's a horrible execution to be putting the cart before the horse and giving a design approval and final approval to something that really needs to be reconsidered by City Council before getting an approval from us. And I disagree with the premise that the only purview we have is whether or not to approve the color black, because these are street furnishings. And I think that it's our purview to determine whether or not this is fitting for El Pueblo Viejo. And it's a for-profit company. It's not benches or fountains that benefit the public generally. And I don't have a problem with the for-profit aspect of it. I think the city is perhaps getting a great deal out of this. But responding to some comments about the AIA survey, yes, a small majority did vote in favor of having both pedestrians and bicycles. They also, the large majority felt that dining outside was one of the prime benefits of having the State Street Plaza. I also know a lot of people who won't go to State Street and dine right now because they're too terrified of the pandemic. I do go there every Friday to have lunch. And at first, my observation was the bicycles going down the street get up ahead of steam, naturally going downhill, and it's pleasurable to have the breeze against your face. And subsequently, I realized that, oh, there are electric bikes too, and they go just as fast uphill. And last time I had lunch on State Street, one zoomed by at probably the speed limit, 25 miles an hour. And it's just not conducive to having a pleasurable lunch or dinner on the street with bicycles buzzing by you. Besides the fact that a lot of them have big fat balloon tires, which make a lot of noise or make more noise than skinnier tired bikes. I just think, you know, it's just not well considered to be trying to get an approval to put these things on State Street right now.
And actually, and if I can tell you, Commissioner House, and maybe we need to have this as a little bit of a sort of short comments, and then let's have a conversation about it, because I think this is an item that has these multifacets to it. And I think that this is going to be part of a larger discussion, and I think it's probably best to separate out what we're deciding here and what we're and also the importance of these bigger picture discussions, because I think that along the State Street side, just general side of things, there needs to be, or I'm going to guess that most of the commissioners, if not all of them, agree that there needs to be a bigger picture discussion of what State Street's going to be, that the pandemic and that all these other things are bringing up. And I think that this is a connected piece of it for sure. And I think we need to talk about that. But actually, I'll jump to Ms. Plummer first, because I think she's going to talk about what our purview is on this particular item and what we're deciding here. And then maybe we want to have a bigger discussion, which we agendize and have as well. But go ahead,
I would
Ms.
like to wrap
Plummer.
up with one final comment after Ms.
So, Mr. Chair, just to clarify again, because we do want to make sure that we're staying within the parameters of HLC's purview, which is the design, and to speak to Vice Chair House, specifically of why we're looking at the color. So the pilot bike share program, as it's already been stated, was approved by City Council, and transportation planning vetted different vendors and decided to work with B-Cycle and chose the most minimalistic version of the prefab rack options. And the reason why we're focusing on the design is because, or the color is because there are time limitations, there's financial limitations because it is a pilot program. So that is why the focus is so much on the color, rather than, you know, if it were not a pilot program, I would say. And again, regarding the big picture items, we really do want to be careful to stay within the HLC's purview. A lot of the discussion of, you know, how they're operated or what the vision is for State Street really does need to come from City Council and other entities. So I just want to make sure we're staying in line with the HLC's jurisdiction.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Plummer. Commissioner Drury, and then Commissioner Lendick, and then Commissioner Edmonds.
Did Mr. House
Oh,
want
wait,
to make?
actually, yeah, Commissioner House, if you finish,
Yes,
go ahead
please.
and finish your comments.
Okay. Mr. DeForest did make a very good comment that once before we got cars off State Street and put them in parking lots. So the same argument applies here. to get bike docks off of State Street and put them on side streets and parallel streets. The more I feel rushed, because this is a pilot program, time is of the essence, et cetera, the more I'm inclined to say that I will vote against this because I think it's totally inappropriate. And I think that the placement of these is just as much our purview as the color of them. So that's my 2 cents.
And
Right, thank you, Commissioner House. Commissioner Drury?
Yes, I just, first of all, I'd like to pose a question. What plaza of your well-traveled commission, what plaza in the world has bicycles running around in it? What plaza in Madrid, in Paris has bicycles in it? None. They're not allowed. They are not allowed. And I think that the program has great merits, but I think the idea of putting the posts on State Street and therefore putting more bicycles on State Street. I eat down there. I'm down there 2 or 3 times a week. I love the idea of this ongoing plaza. I hope it never changes. I hope we actually formally make it the State Street Plaza. But we need to keep the bicycles off of the street because people are walking on the streets and all of a sudden there's 2 or 3 bicycles bearing down from Figueroa to Carrillo at a breakneck speed. It's not conducive to a fine dining situation. It's not conducive to enjoying State Street. I think this is a crucial thing. I would agree with Commissioner House that if we are being rushed to judgment, I would vote against this project. I think that the posts, all the docking devices need to go on the side streets, quarter of a block down Carrillo, either way, a quarter of a block down any of the cross streets, and keep them off of State Street. I don't think they're attractive. Black or not black is irrelevant. I think that the project should go ahead, but it should be visually minimized on State Street. And I really hope that the bicycle situation gets codified and bicycles are not allowed in the plaza on State Street. Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Lenvick, followed by Commissioner Edmonds.
Thank you. If all we had to vote on was the color and do we want to have the scroll, I would say that, sure, black is fine. No, I don't want to scroll. But for all intents and purposes, the rush to provide outside dining and such, in my opinion, has ruined State Street. It can be made well, but it has ruined State Street now. You cannot walk down some blocks and have 4 feet of sidewalk. Can't be done. You walk down in front of Anderson's restaurant or whatever. I mean, you'd be lucky to get 3 feet of walk. And to think that we're going to have more stuff on the street, to me is ludicrous. And to think that I would vote for this without a plan that shows exactly where things are going and exactly what's there now, I won't vote for it. Won't vote for it. Of all the letters I had that have come to us, I think virtually everyone said, why are they on State Street? Why aren't they on a side street? We mentioned that before. I don't see the value of these on State Street for employees, which we were told it would be for, not for tourists. So I think the city has been misled. The council has been generous in allowing dining outside, and it's going to be great until November when it rains, and we may see the people dining back there in March or April, but we haven't lived through the winter yet, and all this stuff that's outside, and these wood platforms are going to be washing down the street when the rains come. So I won't vote for this either. No.
All right, Commissioner Edmonds.
I think let me back up. Yes on the black, no on the scroll. The scroll, I think if you're pulling a bike out and you're going to take it off, the pedal is going to get caught in the scroll and, tripping hazards, et cetera. But I just see that being a problem. But, I'm visualizing based on Commissioner Drury's comment, Plaza Mayor in Madrid. And, I spent a lot of time in Barcelona. So La Rambla, you've got pedestrians walking up and down La Rambla, and you've got e-bikes all over the place in Barcelona, but they're in the street. You don't ride them where the pedestrians are walking. So if I understand it correctly, this project started prior to us going into this pandemic, and opening up State Street to pedestrians then. So it seems like we're conflicted now, where we're trying to force a project through when a situation has changed. I mean, these e-bikes can go quite fast, and they could be dangerous with small children that might run out of it. Let's just say somebody's eating at a table and a 3-year-old darts out and you've got an e-bike. So I don't think that they mix well at all together. I think if we had State Street as it normally was, 6 months ago, I think it would be fine to have e-bikes going up and down State Street. Not on the sidewalks, certainly. But if we have pedestrians there, I don't believe they fit. So I think we have two projects that are at loggerheads right now based on timing. That's it.
Okay, thank you. And then Commissioner Mahan.
Yeah, very good comments from my colleagues. I agree with almost everything that's been said. I certainly the scrolls don't work. I don't think black is.
Commissioner Mahan.
Yes, can you hear me?
I want to jump in here for a second though, because I just when you had mentioned the scroll, and when you had made that comment previously, and I was thinking in my head too, I thought that you were saying something else, and I actually did a quick little doodle of what I thought you were saying, and I don't know if you could see the screen, but that's what I thought you were talking about in terms of a shroud and a scroll and basically a U-shaped box.
I wasn't particularly thinking about a scroll.
Yeah. Okay.
But
anyway, okay.
But anyway, I think the issue, is really it's a bridge too far in terms of cost, and so I'm just going to back off from the decoration. But what I agree with very, very completely is that these should not be on State Street. They should be on the side streets. Bicycles should be on Chapala Street and Anacapa Street, and not on State Street anymore, because the pedestrians are there, and this needs to be rethought. I think that these elements are simple. They're not too unattractive, but I just don't think they're appropriate on the State Street Plaza. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, and then Commissioner Drury already spoke. And I would say, so I guess everyone's weighed in. I would say in my mindset as well, the question is an aesthetic one, and I would say, I guess it would be two things: aesthetic ones, and then just practical ones. And the practical side of things, I think we've brought up. I think that needs to be worked out, and whether or not that's in our purview is, I think, at least a gray area. But aesthetically having the clutter and having the pieces of equipment there, I do think does affect strongly the feel of State Street and the look of State Street. And I would say that as the core of the EPV, we've gotten everything else to look like EPV, and I don't see why we don't require the same for this. I understand the need for it, and if there was a pilot program version that said in 6 months it either gets pulled back out or it gets dressed up to actually look like EPV, I could see a reason for that as a temporary thing to try it out, and if it works, then it's got to go to the next step and actually look like EPV and create sort of like we treat construction fencing, where if we know it's not going to be the permanent solution. But as the permanent solution, I feel that she needs to meet the same standards that we've required for everything from bike posts to trash cans to newspaper stands. And I think that that's part of what makes it work. And if it means it does actually cost some money to figure it out, then I think that that's what has been our tradition throughout everything. So I don't think that we should trade that off now for the latest of the things that get installed on State Street. So I guess the question is, where does that leave us? And it's coming for us for design approval and final approval.
Mr. Chair, it's at your discretion, but I think the applicant, Rob Dayton, would like to respond as well, if you're willing to allow that.
All right, we'll do a short response, Rob. Why don't we keep it to under a minute and go right ahead.
Yeah, so I totally hear you. This is the entire community is having this discussion. This is not just an HLC issue. This is every board and commission issue. The question is whether to have bikes on State Street. Council is going to answer that issue. No question about it. There's no getting away from answering that question. If bicycles are allowed on State Street, these would be operated on State Street. If they're not allowed on State Street, these would not be operated on State Street. If we put them on the side streets, then bicycles could still go down State Street because all bicycles right now are allowed on State Street. So these can be moved based on whatever the council decides. That's where they'll be put. So I really appreciate that. The challenge with a no vote at this time means it's going to go to council on the color, and I think we bring the conversation to the community at the wrong time. So I would recommend that you stick to the color. The community will still have that conversation. We're not avoiding it. Your approval today does not mean bikes are on State Street or bikes are not on State Street. That decision will be made. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, and as a point of clarification, aesthetically though, it's not just a question of location, it's also a question of design. And am I incorrect in saying that aesthetically we are the review body for what the thing looks like if it's in EPV, and with that decision appealable to City Council? Or how does it work with city when city is the applicant? Is it any different than when anyone else is the applicant?
Mr. Chair, any exterior improvements that are done in El Pueblo Viejo are subject to the Historic Landmarks Commission review, and your purview is on the aesthetics. So those are the items that would be appealable as the aesthetics.
And just to add to that, and Mr. Lendick, I'll get you in a second. In terms of the aesthetics, we have to make findings that this aesthetically it works within EPV in our judgment. So if we wanted to give this design approval, we have to make the findings that this actually follows EPV guidelines to make those to approve it. So just as that additional point of clarification, Commissioner Lendick.
I have a question for Mr. Dayton. Is a plaza considered a walk or a street? And if it's a walk, bikes aren't allowed on sidewalks. And are we getting to a point where we're going to create a plaza but not have bikes because of the state law?
Through the chair, Commissioner Lendick, with total respect, I am not going to be making that decision. The facts will be laid out, and the community will have to speak on that issue. It's not going to be my decision. And it will go before council. There is a subcommittee of council to talk about the future of State Street. So that decision will be made. It's unavoidable. We're in a collision course for that decision. HLC does not need to make it here, is my point.
Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you.
Mahan.
Commissioner Mahan. Yeah.
Yeah, if you spoke a little bit about not giving up on the decoration of these so that they would be appropriate to El Pueblo Viejo. And my feeling is that the Historic Landmarks Commission is a review body. We're not a design body, and I don't think we should be asked to propose designs. The city should hire an architect or artist to look at these things and decide if there's some way to make them compatible with El Pueblo Viejo and with our guidelines. And then we would review those designs. And that's really the correct procedure for this. So
I agree.
We should not be trying to design something here. We should be reviewing a design that a professional is presenting to us.
I totally agree with that.
And I as well, and I do want to clarify, the sketch that I was making was just to point out that there was other possibilities. It wasn't that, and actually that this wasn't the design that there was being shown wasn't actually even demonstrating the suggestion that was made as a way of looking at it. But yeah, not that I thought that we should be designing it for sure, but just that there was a possibility of a design out there somewhere that could make this look aesthetically appropriate to El Pueblo Viejo, and that we didn't just have to accept the modern streamlined design that was in front of us. And Ms. Unsueta, I see that your camera's on, so would you want to join in the fray here?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commission. I just wanted to reiterate, I think, what Ms. Plummer has indicated, as well as Mr. Dayton. You know, I think the challenge is that this program has been approved, or at least the pilot program has been approved by the council with direction to the Transportation Planning Division to go forward with it. As they indicated earlier, they looked at the options in terms of the docking elements and the kiosk, and selected the ones that they thought was the most streamlined, the most minimal for us. I know that this board is an aesthetic board, and we are asking you to review it for the color, because they're prefabricated elements that we didn't start from scratch with. So I just wanted to make sure that you understand that there are those limitations. And then, of course, we do have the direction from council that they are supportive of this program going forward. The locations are a little bit also a challenge, because as Mr. Dayton said, that's a conversation that's going on, and we don't know where it's going to actually land. So it may very well turn out that the bikes will not be in the plaza, the State Street Plaza, but at this time, that's really not the discussion for today. And I think, Mr. Chair, you indicated a larger discussion in the future. So I just wanted to make those points, and I understand where your commission is, or how it's feeling, and what you're saying. But I think you need to just also look at what you have before you, the scope, and what the council has directed.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Commissioner House, I saw your hand up. Oh, I think you're muted.
I think Commissioner Lenvik was next, unless I'm mistaken.
Oh.
Okay, all right. Well, once again, I disagree with the premise that the color is the only thing within our purview, and I think that whether or not these are appropriate in EPV on State Street is a question. We haven't even raised the question of the commercial signage on each one of them, which is another thing which I think is rather inappropriate. And as a pilot program, there's nothing keeping council or public works from saying, okay, we'll just move these onto side streets, perpendicular and parallel side streets. It can still proceed that way. There's just no way I can vote for this, even if it's a narrow vote of yes, black is an okay color, because it implies that I'm okay with this whole program, and I'm not.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner House. Commissioner Lenvik? Okay. All right. Well, I think
I have nothing to say, but I think we're being, it's a sucker question. It's really a sucker question. It's like asking, do you want your president to speak English? And if you say yes, then you can get either this guy or that guy. It's a sucker question. I don't answer it.
All right. Commissioner Edmonds, did you have something that you wanted to bring in and add to it? So I think we're at a point where we need to do something. So we're going to need a motion in some way, shape, or form.
Mr. Chair, I guess the question to be considered is whether or not it should be a continuance and we take no action today, or it should be a denial. I would look to the applicant to say which of those options he would prefer. I don't have a feeling that even if somebody made a motion to approve the black color, that it's going to pass.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Lenvik.
why don't we just take no action?
Well, I suppose that,
Back to approval.
Mr. Chair,
taking no action would.
Ms. Plummer.
I would suggest we can ask the applicant what their preferences. You know, it looks like the commission's leaning towards either a continuance or a denial. I would say that is up to the applicant. Personally, I would say a continuance is better, but you know, it's up to your discretion. Thank you.
Well,
Ms. Edmonds, or sorry, Commissioner Edmonds.
I have a question. So, Mr. Dayton, in your comments that you've emailed to us that I see over here in the panel, it says it's council's call, not their purview. Do you mean it's not our purview? It's their purview?
The closure of the street. The closure of the street is going to be discussed as a community-wide basis is really what I was trying to communicate. And forgive me for doing it on messaging. I hear that's illegal. So yes, that's what I was trying to communicate is the council will discuss whether bikes are appropriate on the plaza or not and make that decision.
So
On state-
when
on
it's,
State Street.
you're saying it's
And
their purview and not our purview. Okay, thank you.
What, and I actually, well, I do want to also try to clarify and make sure that we're on target for what we're deciding on what is in our purview. So it's my understanding that deciding whether, if we don't like the fact that when people are dining, bikes are whizzing by on State Street, that we have zero control over that. That's the bigger control. And that's like, if we don't like the fact that there's not enough parking that we think in a project, we can't say there's not enough parking. We can only judge whether it's aesthetically appropriate or not and whether the garage opening or all those things that involve parking might be controllable, but the actual number of parking spots is not within our purview. And that's the distinction that here between whether we think bikes are appropriate on State Street now or not, or whether people will ride them on the sidewalk or how that'll all go down. That's not, we need to make sure we don't comment on that and those things because those aren't our purview. But what is our purview is aesthetically the look and the visual location, if I'm correct, about where things go on State Street. Am I accurate in saying that? Whether, because visual location of benches, of fountains, of all those things, of plantings, where they're going visually is also within our purview. Is that correct, Ms. Plummer?
Yeah, so Mr. Chair, thank you. Your purview is limited to the aesthetics, and I would say location is a little bit hazy. The locations that they've had so far were done by the professional studies that they did on this, and it's based on council direction. So really
But in terms of cluttering or stacking things together or things like that, not that they are located on State Street, but that in a particular spot they don't look good or they look too overwhelming for that area, that could be part of our purview or is part of our purview. Okay. So, and I think that one of the points that Commissioner Lenvik, just to add to one of the points that Commissioner Lenvik brought up is normally we look at them in sight and we say, in this view, we're looking at it in situ, and then this one in situ, and we might say, oh, it's too many of them here and it's too cluttered or visually, can you do every other one over a bench or whatever, just so it looks right and better. The subtle positioning of those things, that is regularly what we review in items like this, even in like electrical or whatever, various utilities things, we review kind of how it looks. So that would be, and I think Commissioner Lenvik, where you were going with it was, we're not even reviewing exact locations. We're not being able to help with massaging what things look like and where they're going. So I think that there's that item of it, and then there's the actual look of the thing. Those seem to be the two areas of aesthetics that do fall within our purview, and just as a point of clarification for it. Anything else, Commissioner, Mr. Dayton? And we do need to move forward on this item and keep things moving, but I think I'm trying to get at least narrowed down to what we need to be deciding on and did you have any thoughts on
Mr. Chair, I'm hoping to solve your issue. I am a staff member on the subcommittee that's talking about State Street. I am would be pleased to take your recommendation for bikes, no bikes on State Street to that subcommittee. Absolutely. Because at the end of the day, that's the subcommittee that's going to make the decision. The bikes and the aesthetics that you approved today will move or stay based on that council decision. So if you want to make a separate recommendation about bikes on State Street or not, I'm happy to carry that forward to the subcommittee.
Okay, Commissioner Lenvick. Oh, you're muted.
I could make a motion, we see what happens. I mean, I can make a simple motion to deny the black color. That would not require us to make findings. Or I can make a motion that the color that is acceptable is the variegated green color, which is on other furniture on State Street, and the base plate must be painted the color of the paving material. So I can make either motion depending on what the need is.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, Commissioner House.
I would much rather prefer an indefinite continuance. To expand on your parking lot analogy, yes, we don't have purview over how many spaces or what the traffic circulation is in it, but we have purview over the parking lot light standards. We can't just be told, yes to black or no. We have lots of purview over their placement, whether they're appropriate to the district, what kind of lighting. So, I'm just not comfortable any kind of approval that implies that we're okay with these on State Street. So I think it just needs to be so that we don't put the cart before the horse.
Surely.
Thank you. Well, to be quite honest about it, technically, City Council doesn't need our approval. Government Code Section 53090, they can just do this anyway. It's private projects that require our permission and approval. Public projects do not. So it's a complete courtesy, even though it's city policy, it's a complete courtesy that this project is being reviewed by anybody. Mr. Dayton, under direction of City Council, can just implement this project as they've already given him. So the real question is, if we go with Commissioner Lenvick's suggestion and we make a recommendation that it should be green on a red square, kind of a Christmas color, really. City Council will overturn that or take a different direction. So, to me, either a continuance or a no action will result in the same product. City Council will proceed with the project. That's my assessment.
So, Mr. Chair, just to clarify on that, the HLC's purview is outlined in the charter. So you do have purview. It is not a courtesy review.
I understand that, but the government code overrides that. So City Council can choose to do it if they want.
Although, just to clarify, I mean, that's the same with all of our decisions, right? Everything's appealable to the City Council and everything could be overridden, except for historic resources declarations or a few other things maybe that we have. We really don't have power. That's the reality. We just think we do. All right, Commissioner Edmonds, and then let's try to get to something. Some step forward. We do need to keep moving. So Commissioner Edmonds, and then hopefully we can get a motion on the floor.
Well, this may go nowhere, but I think I'd like to make a motion that, and my motion would be that we approve the black color and the kiosk does not have the scroll.
And then
Any second?
Commissioner Edmonds, as part of that motion, if you do want to grant an approval, you'll have to go through the project compatibility criteria that you should see on your screen.
Right, do we want to wait and see if there's a second?
Also, maybe.
Is there a second?
It would seem that the motion has died due to lack of a second.
Got
In
it.
which case,
All
I'll
right.
make a substitute motion. Which
Well,
will be,
no, because that motion's died now, if I'm correct.
yeah, for lack of a
Or
second.
we're back to the first motion. Okay, for a lack of a second, yeah.
Yeah, so I will make a motion for an indefinite continuance with the comments that the HLC believes our purview extends to the aesthetics of these and their placement on State Street beyond simply the color, and that we feel that this is premature for us to be approving this program on State Street while the future of the plaza is in flux.
Mr. Chair, and then
Yeah.
to Commissioner House, to Vice Chair House, I would really encourage you to stay just within the purview. I understand it's been the long discussion throughout this, but
Yeah,
any comments should be
Would-
specific to the aesthetics, which I think you said at the start of your motion.
Yeah, I believe I am staying within the purview that these are all
I-
aesthetic.
It's just the program, the mentioning
Yeah,
of the program itself.
Okay.
And Mr. Chair, I would just also ask that if the commission is going to not give us direction on the aesthetics, and it's going to be a delay, that we'd entertain a recommendation to deny. I think that's a much stronger signal, and it would be more expedient in the process.
Mr. Chair, just speaking for myself, I wouldn't have a problem with these if they were on the perpendicular and parallel side streets. But I just do not want to suggest that that I can approve them on State Street.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Drury?
I would agree with Commissioner Howes and I would second that motion.
Okay, and then
I
under
I think that was a motion.
Yes,
I
it
did
was.
make a motion for a continuance.
Yeah, and not a denial, but a continuance.
Correct.
for a continuance with, but yeah, so can you restate it, or maybe you have it reread without the program portion in it, without the
Okay.
bicycle program?
Just be that the HLC finds that not only is the color not appropriate for El Pueblo Viejo, but the aesthetics of it, geez, help me out here.
Would you just go with aesthetics? Would you go with just the aesthetics of it? 'Cause,
I'll just say
that
the
that
HLC
includes
feels
color.
the aesthetics of it are not appropriate to the downtown core of State Street.
Second.
Okay, under discussion? In discussion?
I have
All
one.
right.
Wouldn't it be,
Commissioner,
wouldn't it be to the EPV and not just simply downtown? You know, that the design and aesthetics are not, aren't appropriate
Well,
to,
you know, as I stated, I wouldn't have a problem with them on the perpendicular and parallel side streets. So yes, one could argue that they're not appropriate to EPV at all. But on the other hand, in order to accommodate and make this program happen, yes, I would approve them off of State Street.
so
I
as
agree.
a point of clarification for that, perhaps an EPV guidelines, and especially for the core of being on State Street, you know, with a special attention to State Street in terms of the sensitivity to conforming to EPV guidelines.
Correct.
Yes.
The challenge is the council's entered into a contract with B-Cycle for bikes on State Street. That's the challenge. So if your main intent is to not do that, a denial is most appropriate. That's the best way to communicate to your council that you don't agree with their decision.
Okay.
Like I've said, I don't mind if they're on side streets. I mean, I'm game for the program, just not on State Street.
The council's already entered into a contract for what you're not agreeing with. So that's the challenge we have, and I appreciate it.
Yeah. All right. So, Mr. Dayton, we're gonna have to go to vote here. So, Commissioner House, any other? Would you? Yeah. Okay. Well, I guess let's.
Could we have the motion put back to us as it stands?
Yeah. That sounds like a good idea.
Mr. Chair, this is Heidi Rydell. The motion that I've, I'm sorry, the motion that I've captured is continue indefinitely with the comment that the commission believes the aesthetics are not appropriate to EPV and especially the downtown core of State Street. I don't know if you want me to include that you believe the color would be approvable off of State Street, or if you want to just leave it with that one comment.
I think keep it simple and uncluttered is the best, but.
Well, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Drury.
I don't know that I'd say it's not appropriate to EPV. I think just not appropriate to the downtown core on State Street.
Yes.
Yeah,
because I'm saying I could support it outside of the downtown core of State Street.
And I think that's an important part of your motion, Commissioner House.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Drury. Are both of you in agreement with that motion? Or
yes.
Any edits that just happened? Okay. All right. Any more discussion? All right. Roll call. Vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll take the roll call vote. Commissioner Edmonds?
No.
Commissioner Uli?
No.
Commissioner Drury?
Aye.
Commissioner Lenvik?
Aye.
Vice Chair House?
Yes.
Commissioner Mahan?
Yes.
Chair Grumbine?
Yes.
The motion passes with 5 yeses and 2 nos.
Okay. All right. Thank you all. Okay, so let's 5 o'clock. Commissioner Drury, you had a what time deadline?
5:50.
All right. So let's see. We are on to our last, I believe, our last item, item 3. Right. City right-of-way between Yananali and Gutierrez Street, project for design approval. This is proposal for improvements at the State Street undercrossing beneath Highway 101, located in El Pueblo Viejo Landmark District. The city of Santa Barbara has an active project to widen the sidewalks to the State Street undercrossing of Highway 101. Sidewalk widening will occur between the north side of the Yananali Street intersection to the south of the Gutierrez Street intersection to improve the pedestrian and walking experience between downtown and waterfront neighborhoods. The project will include safety improvements for cyclists by widening the bike lanes of the undercrossing and providing buffers between vehicular traffic and cyclists. The number of vehicle lanes at the undercrossing beneath Highway 101 will be reduced to 1 through lane in each direction with a center buffer for emergency access. The project includes aesthetic and lighting enhancements, as well as removal and in-kind replacements of 4 non-specimen palm trees, 2 jacarandas, and 14 gold medallion trees. Project design approval is required or requested. And hopefully it's not required. Or is it required? And then project requires consistency with the project compatibility criteria. Project was last reviewed on February 19th, 2020. So I guess the first question before we start is, project design approval is required. Is it required or is it requested? If a staff clarification, if we can.
Apologies, Mr. Chair. What was your question?
Question was on the last slide. It was project design approval is required.
It is required and requested in order to move forward. Apologies, that was an error. It's supposed to be.
I wasn't sure if there was a timeline that we knew like had to hit. So okay.
I would say subject to the Permit Streamlining Act, they will need a decision within a period of time, but this is well within that.
yeah, but we're not up against that right now. Is that
No,
correct?
exactly.
Okay,
We're
that's
not up
what,
against
that's
that
what I
right
was
now.
wondering if there was, okay, that's what I was wondering. I was wondering if that was already being hit.
Apologies.
Okay, no worries. Okay, so now let's go to the next slide. So this was reviewed on February 19th. Okay, so the motion was, at the time, what motion was to continue indefinitely with the following comments. In general, the design is supportable. That was comment number one. Number two, the columns and tile work is supportable with minor adjustments. 3, the ironwork is generally acceptable, but some of the shapes should be studied to be more historically geometric and fitting in El Pueblo Viejo. Number 4, the study expanding the lighting beyond the columns. Number 5, the color of the ironwork should be Malaga green or dark gray as opposed to purple. Number 6, study incorporating transition pieces under the bridge. Number 7, study passing capabilities and delineators for cyclists. And number 8, regarding the future master planning for the space, study sound, color, and lighting on the underside of the vaults. Number 9, indicate how the removed trees will be replaced. The motion was by House, second by Mahan, 7-0-0. Uli was absent. The motion carried. All right, and for those of you who have not seen it yet, we have a new timer as well. So there it is up there, a 15-minute timer. So if you would, if we run out of time, we can always give a little extension, but the idea is to keep us on the march, and considering how late we already are and how I failed at that, please try to help keep us moving. Okay, so with that, please introduce yourselves and take it away.
Sure. Good afternoon, Chair Grumbine and Commissioners. I'm Jessica Grant, Supervising Transportation Planner with the City of Santa Barbara. We are here to discuss the Vision Zero State Street Undercrossing project today. We are requesting HLC design review. As part of our presentation, I will just have a brief recap of the project's purpose and background. Following my brief intro will be Jeff Shelton. He will be responding to HLC's prior comments on the design. Following Jeff will be Ann Kale, who is our lighting expert, to discuss the lighting details of the project. Following Ms. Kale will be Mr. Suding, landscape designer for the project, to respond to HLC's prior comments as well. So with that, next slide. So for the project location, it is located along State Street between Gutierrez and Yananali Streets. It is located downtown at the 2 highest active transportation neighborhoods, the downtown and the waterfront. The undercrossing was originally constructed by Caltrans in 1991. Unfortunately, the current design is collision prone and does not meet current design standards. The undercrossing has the highest concentration of serious injuries for pedestrians and cyclists in the city. Next slide. The project will meet the active transportation needs by the community by widening the sidewalk along State Street and from Gutierrez to Yananali, and installing lighting to illuminate the pedestrian walkway, installing buffered bike lanes, and adjusting the travel lanes to improve safety along this collision-proof corridor. Again, this is just a slide showing briefly just inform from the existing to the proposed configuration. This project was developed from 3 community outreach processes from the pedestrian master plan, our bicycle master plan, and the 2017 community workshop and design charrette for this area. The city was awarded an active transportation grant of $4.7 million for design and construction back in 2019. And since that time, City Council has approved a design contract with Bengal Engineering. As a reminder, the sidewalk width and buffered bike lanes and roadway configuration is determined by the city's traffic engineer. We are here today just to describe the how we're responding to HLC's prior comments with respect to the railing and column details, lighting, and landscaping. With that, I'll hand it off to Jeff.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. This slide shows that at the end of the project, we're replacing the crosswalks Gutierrez Street, we're adding new brick crosswalks. At Yananali, crosswalks will be concrete to match the Mason Street crosswalks. Next slide, please. At Gutierrez and Yananali, we transitioned to the idea of the undercrossing as the bridge or the passageway to the other side. We want to remind everyone about our vision, as our responses to your comments are directly related to the overall experience. We want to embrace the transition like a bridge over a river running through a town. We want to celebrate the passage. We want interest and delight. We want comfort and safety. We want pedestrians to have the confidence as to where the passageway is leading, because right now it's just going down into a hole. There were comments about the language or the architecture and the detailing. Architecturally, we're focusing on using traditional and classical structure and rhythm. We're emphasizing the classical idea of base, body, and top on all the elements. We're celebrating beginnings, endings, and connections. We're designing using civic scale of materials, and we're designing to give, once again, the pedestrian the confidence. We're referencing architectural language of Southern Spain. Bill had a comment about us veering away from Moorish design, and we are. We include the great mix of architecture of Andalusia, including Moorish, Catholic, Jewish, the Romani, flamenco, and we add into the mix the New World, California, and the new interpretations of the European architecture, which happened with the missions. We use all these influences and weave them all together with local botanical ideas and images. With that said, let's review this slide and all our solutions. The paving at the sloping pedestrian sidewalks will change from the State Street brick to diagonal scored concrete. The diagonal pattern will help disguise the asymmetry of the walls and the roadway. We will float the 2-inch concrete squares inside a border on the sides to maintain order and control the edges. The concrete will have a horizontal broom finish to provide needed friction and traction on the sloped surfaces. The brick is too slippery. There will be brass florets at every other intersection of the 2-foot concrete squares, as you can see. These accents started out as Dudleya's, a local succulent, and have morphed into more of a penstemon flower. Let's go to the next slide. So to help draw people down under the freeway, we're getting to the end of State Street, and they have to get across. We want to create rhythm that guides them to the other side. The iron posts, the guardrail, and the guardrail are the main feature that will provide this rhythm and act as that guide. This slide shows 4 basic parts of the guardrail: small posts, intermediate posts, the complete lamp post, and the guardrail. Posts spaced 10 feet apart will be support for the perforated steel curtains acting as the guardrail. The ironwork is stout and strong, but is softened by the detail and color. Since our last review, we've added lampposts. We suggested them last time, but we didn't have a lighting designer. The lamppost spacing was determined by the required and desired human lumen levels needed on the sidewalk. In this case, lampposts are 20 feet apart now. We made these 3 posts vary in height so we can create a comfortable A-B, A-C-A rhythm from the top of the slope all the way to the bridge. The motif of the post comes from the Matilaha poppy. We're not trying to perfectly match the botanical features of the plant, but rather pull from the essence of the plant. Every other post is a short post. This is the poppy in early spring. The intermediate post is the Matilaha poppy bud ready to open. The completed post is fully open and is topped with elliptical glowing sphere. The 2 taller posts in this sketch contain 2 concealed small flood lamps to wash the sidewalk with light. The glowing sphere, as you see on the lamppost isn't bright, but rather has a soft glow. These lamps act more as a guide to guide people down to the undercrossing and then back up the other side. Overall lighting later will be explained by Ann Kale. The guardrail is a wall of toyon flowers. Toyon is an important piece of the great chaparral that is the Santa Barbara's backdrop. The 1/4-inch steel drooping guardrails like Spanish lace and like fabrics hanging out of windows and over paseos in Spain in the summer. The coldness of the steel is softened when we give it this melting repose. The fabric is perforated with 5-sided toyon flowers, carefully placed to meet code, but to be asymmetrical as to disguise the code as well. Each flower is digitized from hand drawings to add to the handmade appearance. Next slide, please. In place, the toyon flowers will cast an asymmetrical shadow along the sidewalk that changes throughout the day, adding another layer of texture to the experience. The lamppost, as you see, will stop when the walkway arrives at the bridge, where the tiled columns begin. The play between the handmade and the traditional is what the architecture of El Pueblo Viejo is based on. Next slide, please. There was some discussion regarding the traditional nature of the architectural elements of the posts. This slide walks us through some of these concerns you had. If you look at the small post on the right with the cap detail below, these posts have a traditional classical order, base, body, and top. We are using a botanical theme, using local plants. This has been a common practice over the centuries. For safety, we simplified the elements at the base and the capital, but maintain the important hierarchy. The capital bases under the 8-inch diameter finials became linear to the walkway and now are asymmetric. You can see that in the lower detail. The intermediate post in this drawing is has a taper and gets smaller at the top and culminates with a 16-inch diameter flower bud that has not yet opened. The complete lamppost continues to rise and the steel bud is replaced by glowing top. The base detail shown on the left, the far bottom corner, has been simplified since you last saw it for safety concerns. The color was a question. The green was suggested. We believe green is the wrong direction. Green is the backdrop color for all the streets. We're not simply shoving State Street under the freeway and hoping we pop out on the other side. We're making a difference here. We're proposing this black and purple, a complementary transition color to the greens that are typically used in town. Purple is also a complement to the terracottas and the brickwork used all over town. Green to purple to green is a beautiful sequence, and we think appropriate. We want this undercrossing to act as a celebrated portal to the ocean, or coming up the other way, a welcome portal to the center of town. In addition, the black and purple complements the landscape architecture that Mr. Suding will be presenting later. Next slide, please. There are 12, just a reminder, there's 12 columns on each side of the road as you go under the 2 underpasses. The columns are floating under the bridge, separated by an inch gap that won't be seen. We're replacing the columns and reducing the diameter for safety reasons. The columns starting and ending each colonnade will be 20-inch diameter and tapering. The interior columns will be 16-inch in diameter. With approval to proceed, we plan to provide drawings and color plan for each column. The idea of the decorated columns is to take the somewhat cold space and provide interest, delight as one makes their way back into the open space. There were 2 primary comments about the columns. Once again, Bill asked about the mix of Moorish and the florals. As we talked about earlier, we're using many cultures in southern Spain and the botany of the New World. However, the backdrop and predominant patterns for the geometries of the Moorish culture. We're using flowers and lace work of the Catholic, Jewish, and Romani that leads us to the flamenco. And the colors will be chosen from the tile work and fabrics in all of these cultures. Next slide, please. The other comment was it was about the possibility of having an intesis, as seen on the left part of the screen here. We added Doric intesis to the column. In this case, the column diameter at the top is 2 inch smaller. We use the Doric intesis because it fits best with these short columns. We have painfully worked the intesis out with the tile makers. It is certainly more difficult as the tiles change sizes as they go up, and they need to connect on the back side. We're making a sample as we talk. Ultimately, we think it's all going to be worth it and make it much more graceful. There will be a decorated band at the between the intesis and the lower part of the column, and we added 12-inch concrete base for the maintenance and the durability. In the center of the screen, you'll see the column capitals that have been designed for durability and can be constructed in a shop and slid into place. The intesis caused problems here as well, as it took more effort to get the light to the bottom of the column, and we'll go over that. If you look at the section, you will be able to see the uplights and the downlights that we're proposing. I'll now pass this on to Ann to run us through the lighting for the project.
Thank you. So starting, just continuing on with the column lights, you can see that we are providing uplight and downlight. They will be controlled separately and dimmed separately to make sure that we hit appropriate illumination levels. We also did a study to make sure that we chose a fixture. I'm going to hold it up for you right here. You can see it's really quite small in profile. And we chose this fixture, and we did the study to make sure that when you are approaching the undercrossing, the street is at a higher level. The study shows that we will not see the light source at any time in a car or as pedestrian. So that's concealed. Also the downlight, the detail that Jeff and I have worked on, we make sure that you are not going to be able to see, not easily be able to see any of the lighting. You'll just get the lighting effect. All of the lighting throughout the project is 2700 Kelvin. And it is also a very high CRI to make sure that the rich colors of the tiles are visible, and that also people also look good as well. The other light source that we've inherited are the Caltrans fixtures. You can see the wall sconces centered under each arch. And then we also have 6 downlights, if you will, on the ceiling. We are replacing the HID, the old HID sources, and replacing them again with 2700K LEDs. And we are proposing that we actually keep the existing dome refractor that are currently on the fixtures. Next slide. Here we see the illuminated poles. Now the illuminated poles you're seeing in another slide later are actually 40 feet apart. The illuminated pole is, we affectionately refer to as the egg. We'll be talking, or I'll be talking more about the egg before, or later on rather. Underneath the egg, underneath those gentle folds, the botanic folds, if you will, you'll see a pair of small floodlights, and I'll speak about those more. Next slide. Now here we have a daytime view of entering the undercrossing. Next slide. And here's the same view, but at night. So again, the luminous portions, the eggs, are 40 feet on center, and then the other poles make the floodlights underneath the post-op units 20 feet on center. There's a pair of floodlights that are about the size that you see here. It's about the size, or a little bit, it's about the size of a man's hand. And also the other thing that we like is that the fixture will have a very simple connection to the post. The post is slender. There will be no ugly electrical box. It's just going to be the arm to the fixture and then the column. The fixtures are aligned with the handrail so that we can nicely highlight the handrail, but also provides a very nice illumination on the side, on the sidewalk rather. The added bonus where we position these is that we're highlighting or bringing more light into the bike lane, which we think is always a good idea. The light levels on the sidewalks meet the Santa Barbara street light guidelines. Next slide. Now here we have a detail of a post-top unit. What you see here is that the egg, again, has a solid top. And the solid top allows us to lay in the LED light so that it's in a downward position, down light position, thereby allowing us to meet the dark sky ordinance. The LEDs here, we're proposing only 5 watts. As Jeff said before, these are not brightly illuminated post-top units. We only need them to have a sense of presence. And the main light is coming from, like I said before, the 2 small floodlights. The advantage of having the 2 small floodlights giving you your illumination is that you have a low glare fixture. Once you put on a louver onto the low glare fixture that is aimed at a non-glare angle, now you have light, but you don't have glare, which is a really important thing for any kind of street lighting. It's also an important thing, especially considering where we're located in the Old Town District. The other thing that the design team is considering is that we're investigating the idea of not having it just as a 2700K white light source, but on special occasions being able to introduce colored light. Now we know that colored light is something that is normally not used in Santa Barbara for good reason, but we thought that this might be a nice opportunity for, say, Fiesta, for other holidays, perhaps the solstice, to introduce a non-color changing color, whether it be pink, yellow, gold, amber, whatever the appropriate color is. The color would be set and not changed for the duration of that evening. And then, of course, it reverts back to its 2700K for 90% of the time, 95% of the time. Okay, that wraps up the lighting.
Okay, and you're out of time, so Mr. Suding, you don't get to present.
Okay, well, good afternoon, Chair Grunbein.
All right, if you could hurry.
I will be very quick. You know, I'm succinct. So good afternoon, Chair Grunbein, rest of the commissioners, and good afternoon, staff as well. The first slide here shows the tree removals. In all, we have 20 trees that will be removed. All of them have been approved and reviewed by Street Tree Advisory Committee and Parks and Recreation Committee. The trees that you see the red X's through will be replaced in kind or same species. The trees that are in the orange and the pink will be relocated same species. Next slide, please. This shows the Yananali Street entrance to the underpass, and what this is showing is the dark shaded areas, the hatched areas along the sidewalk are the planters that this project will be replanting. The trees that don't get removed per that prior slide will stay, and we're trying to enhance the health of those trees by mending the soil, bringing down the pH and adding more organic matter to it, as well as a more permanent irrigation system. The irrigation system has not been operative for quite some time, so that's why those trees aren't looking so hot. The plant palette is a very simple palette with very low maintenance. The intent is to sort of bring those planters, those raised planters, down to more pedestrian scale. Right now they have bougainvillea in them, which makes it tower above the sidewalk and is also very difficult to maintain. All the plant material that's selected is very appropriate for Santa Barbara. Some of the plant material in the plant palette is already existing and being used in the undercrossing area. Next slide. That just shows the other end of the undercrossing and the raised planters there. That's the Gutierrez street side. Plant palette's the same. Next slide. Next slide. And there's an example of the plant material, just so you guys can get a visual on that. And then here's a daytime look at the undercrossing, looking from the Fish Enterprise side, looking towards Gutierrez Street. And you can see how the plant material is much, much lower, and it doesn't create that towering effect of the sidewall for pedestrians. I believe that's it. There are questions, I'm sure. If no questions, we can go into comments.
All right, great, thank you very much. So we will, does that conclude your presentation?
Yes, it concludes our presentation.
All right, great. So let's move on to public comment. Any member of the public wishing to comment, please click on the raise your hand button.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And if I could ask the applicant team to please turn your webcams off and then invite the commissioners who are joining us by webcam to turn theirs on. And if you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the hand icon and I'll call on you. I don't see any raised hands at the moment. We'll give it another minute and then I'm going to ask Ms. Rydell if we received any written correspondence. And then I can come back. Or perhaps Ms. Rydell or Ms. Plummer, if either one of you could respond to written comment.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Coquinda. I will respond to that. And we did not receive any written correspondence on this item. Thank you.
Okay. And I don't see any other hands raised, so I will pass it back over to you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. All right, so with that, let's go to questions. Any questions from any commissioners? All right, speak now or wait till comments to hold your peace.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, Commissioner Mahan?
Yes, can we go over the colors that are proposed again? They seem to be different than what we suggested at the last meeting.
And if the applicant could do that and to talk about what they were, and I think that the let's talk about what they were, anything that changed, what they were changed, and what was asked. So and there's a lot of colors here, so we got, let's be specific. I think we should especially focus on things that changed, and then on things that we asked that either did or didn't change, and what they did or didn't change too. So.
Okay. Well, the colors for the tile columns didn't change. We weren't asked to change at this point, and the idea has not changed, and we were planning to come in at another time when we got into more detail about specific colors. But the color, the one color you did want to change, we didn't change, and that was the dark purple. And I just, look at it. I really believe it's the right color for here. I mean, I don't think that we should just run the street green back down. This is a bridge. And so, no, we did not change that color. And I think it is appropriate. It plays off all the plants, and it doesn't fight the green. This is a river right through town. And I see it that way, and it is not calling attention to itself. It's complementing the green. So I think it would be a mistake to go green.
Okay, thank you. All right, Commissioner Mahan, any other questions?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner House.
As you can imagine, I have a number of questions about the lighting.
Oh, really? I would never have guessed.
Come back on again. Yeah, I'm just wondering, is Anne, are you coming back there? We go, hi, Anne.
Hi.
Have you done any photometrics on this? My big concern is that it really, I believe, needs to be quite a bit brighter and more evenly lit than it currently is, because it is a pretty oppressive space to walk through. And I think a lot of these improvements work in favor of making it a less oppressive place. But I would hate to see it executed and the lighting doesn't really look like this. So I'm wondering how you came up with these renderings, and if you had photometrics, and if you could provide those perhaps at the next review.
Yeah, absolutely. We did do photometrics, as you can well imagine. We did a lot. This rendering is an architectural rendering. It's not actually derived from our photometric calculations. The lighting under here we found is actually very bright. We are calling for dimmers for a good reason. We may need them.
You what? I'm sorry, what was the last part?
We're calling out for dimmers, and we may need them. I'm not worried about underlighting the space. I'm worried about overlighting the space.
Okay.
And that's based only on our calculations.
So you would characterize it as quite a bit brighter than it is currently?
It is quite a bit brighter, absolutely.
Okay. And then you held up one of the diffusers for the fixture that exists under the bridge deck. And are you saying you want to reuse the existing plastic?
Yeah, it's really not, it's a really quite a nice refractor. It's nicely
Hello, little
prismatic.
monkey.
Well, by the way, this is actually clean. It's been scrubbed down, and yes, it definitely has yellowed over time, but the truth is that oddly works in our favor. It warms up the light, and when you see the fixture, it actually works quite well. I don't know if we can find a refractor to replace it, and I'm pretty okay with what this looks like and the shape that it's in. I know it doesn't look good like this. It looks good when it's lit.
Yeah. And I can imagine it would be an impossibility to replace the fixtures in the bridge deck because they're cast in concrete. How about the wall lamps that you're updating? Do those have similar diffusers on them?
They're actually the same fixture.
Okay.
Interestingly enough, it's actually the same fixture. And so, yeah, the HID is easy to take out, a new LED panel. It's a flat panel, fits nicely within the dome refractor. So we're happy with that.
Okay. I guess those are my only questions for now.
All right. Commissioner Lembeck, did you have a question, or Commissioner Edmonds?
Chair Haas, I just wanted to, for the photometrics, it's on page 32 of the photo exhibit to Mr. Haas, if you wanted to reference the photometrics that we submitted.
Was that part of our HLC packet that's online? Because I didn't notice any photometrics, but I'll look. Thanks.
No, none of the photometrics were presented here, but they're available for closer review.
Okay. Commissioner Edmonds? Commissioner Edmonds, can you, did you have a question?
Mr. Chair, I do.
There we go. Sorry, I was trying to
Okay.
unmute and I couldn't. Thank you. This is regarding the bike lane. We see so many bike lanes with the stanchions now painted green. Will this bike lane be painted green, or will it just stay pavement color?
I don't have the answer to that.
Yes, Mr. Chair, and
Can it be painted Malaga green?
the actual bike lane would not be painted green. What we are evaluating is at intersections on another capital project to do conflict green striping at intersections.
Okay,
But the bike lane itself is just as you see it.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions before we go into comments? Okay. All right, let's go into comments now. And then if we do have any questions, we can call back. But if, I know Commissioner Drury, yeah, you have to go in a little over 10 minutes.
Not quite yet.
Oh yeah, pretty close. Why don't we
may
kick
I-
off with you, comments?
May I pose a question before my head turns into a pumpkin?
Oh, sure. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So, yeah, you don't want to see that. So, the whole idea of the of this project, or at least the great big part of the idea, was to make the space inviting. And I understand you're not allowed to touch or even put paint on the ceiling of the overpass itself because that's Caltrans property. Is that correct?
All right, back to the applicant as a question.
Yes.
Yes. Ms. Graham?
Yes, Mr. Chair, and Commissioners, yes, that is correct. There is some limitations on what we can do with the Caltrans property. As
So we
far as
can't paint that concrete dome of the overpass.
the concrete, you mean the lighting fixture?
Well, no, you know, as you go underneath that whole the
Oh,
whole
the groin
superstructure
vault.
of the
vault.
overpass, like a vault. I mean, my understanding from some time ago is that can't be touched because it is Caltrans property. The overpass itself, it can't be painted.
You're correct that is Caltrans property. I would have to circle back with them on if it could be painted for this project and as part of the active transportation grant. Again, the purpose is for the active transportation user part of it and experience to widen the sidewalks and have buffered bike lanes. I would have to get back with Caltrans on the painting of their ceiling.
Well, the only reason I ask that is because it's a question of getting some reflected light down there from all these wonderful light fixtures that have been proposed and I hope go in. So it's a question of having something that doesn't absorb light, which is the ceiling of the underpass, and instead reflects light somehow. That's why I'm asking the question, and I think it's maybe worth pursuing because that would be a great source of illumination, just reflected light off the ceiling. So that's my only. I guess that's a question.
That's a question, comment.
Yes, thank you.
And I guess if they didn't.
Ms. Kale to respond, at least for her analysis with the light, just to respond to reflectivity of the ceiling as she analyzed the lights.
Yeah, no, the ceiling is fine. It's a light colored gray. We're getting adequate reflections from it. Also, you really don't want a bright white at night. It's going to be too glaring and out of balance visually. Also, you also don't want a white ceiling where cars are constantly passing through. It'll turn into a gray ceiling very quickly.
Well, I never said a white ceiling. I just said something reflective. And there's a vast array of reflective colors that aren't white. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, thank you. And you can always, Mr. Drury, if they say no, you can always go down there and spray paint it. I'm just kidding. Okay.
That's what I'll do.
Any other questions? Any other questions before we go into comments?
If I can answer, we did actually check with Cal on the painting of the bridge, and they came back 100%. We cannot paint the underside of the bridge. It has to do with their inspections, and the painting limits their inspector's ability to properly inspect the bridges. So
that was my understanding. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Drury, do you want to make any more comments in case you?
Yeah, before I have to make dinner for my mother.
Okay.
Yeah, I was in favor of this project from the beginning. I drive that just about every morning, twice, and I think what is being proposed is absolutely wonderful and kind of indicative of how creative this city is. And I know I've heard the name Sheldon somehow in the city in decorative buildings and so on somewhere in my dim past, but it's wonderful. And I think that Jeff has done a fantastic job. It's fanciful. It really is not just dressing a little pig. It's making that architecture actually have some resonance. I'm in complete favor of the project, and that's I better sign off after that.
All right, sounds good.
Thank
you. Other commissioners want to comment? Commissioner House, did you have a comment after all your lighting questions?
Jump in. I look at this project as an architectural folly, and I think it's wonderful. You know, and I don't think we want to force it into a different mold. You know, as regards the purple color, I can see the arguments for that, and I see the arguments for it not being Malaga green. I just wonder whether or not you ever considered maybe an ochre color, which might have some more pop to it, but also be an earthy tone and lighten things up, have more reflectivity. As far as the lighting, as long as it's significantly brighter than it is now, then I'm great with that. You've answered my question about potential sky glow from the eggs, if that's, I think that's what you're referring to them as. I would have an issue though with the 2700K. I am usually one arguing in favor of warmer light instead of cooler light, and that's usually the argument we have with Public Works when they want to do 4000K LED streetlights. I think 2700K is too dull, especially with all these bright colors we have. And 2700K is going to tend to gray out purples and blues. And I think 3000K would be a better choice to render those colors better. You know, I just looking at that existing diffractor that is proposed to be reused, I can't see how that cannot make the light even yellower yet. And I just think that is just too dim and kind of depressing. So I don't know, I would look at some alternative to that so that we're not doing anything to make the light yet yellower. Other than that, I love the tile columns. I think it's going to be a wonderful project. Thanks.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Lenvick.
Mr. Mahan.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, Commissioner Mahan. Sorry.
Yeah, I agree that this is going to be a great project and that it's going to be a great asset for Santa Barbara, and people will come from all over just to drive under the bridge, and so that's wonderful. The color purple is, I worry about that color, but there are probably, I mean, I should turn this over to my Irish friend, but I'm sure that there are hundreds of colors of purple. And if this is a purple that's very, very subdued and very, as your rendering show it, more black, a blackish type purple rather than a reddish type purple or a bluish type purple, it probably will be okay. So it's going to be very important that the purple is subdued and not glaring. But you have these posts and column, and then you have the metal in between, which really represents a drape of some sort. It's detailed like it's a piece of canvas between the posts, but it's iron, obviously. And so it's going to be important to me that if that's purple, that it's a very, very subdued purple. And I'm sure that we'll have to look at some samples of purple before we approve it. But generally speaking, I'm very positive about this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Lenvick, did you want to comment?
Yeah, I'm very impressed with what we see here, and it'll be a great addition to our visitor area of Santa Barbara, and hopefully we can have it happen. That's, it's expensive, but hopefully it'll happen. So I'm very much in favor of it. Thank you.
Great. Commissioner Edmond?
I too think it's beautiful. I think the columns are just spectacular with the tile patterns, and I think it's going to be nice to have a 2-lane traffic instead 4-lane traffic. And, you know, as I look at the photo that's up, or the rendering that's up in front of us right now, I appreciate the landscaping, softens it up incredibly. You know, it's going to be a wonderful gateway into the city. I'm very impressed.
All right. Any other comments by any other commissioners? Okay, and to add to those comments, like the other commissioners, I'm super impressed. Could we go to the antithesis page one more time? Column, the detail of the capital.
Page 10.
So I wanted to very much thank you for this. This is one of the most beautiful, wonderfully worked out details I've seen in a very long time. I think it's going to be absolutely stunning when it's built. So I wanted to thank you for all the effort, and the tile worker for all the effort, because a detail like this is worked out so perfectly and beautifully. It's really a wonder to see. So thank you for that. And in general, all the other items I think that you've addressed, that we asked you to address well, I think you addressed them very well, and everything's coming along great. I did want to comment on two things. Well, they're one and the same. The ironwork. I think that with your development of it and the light posts and the whole theme and how it's developed, I think that's wonderful. I think it makes a lot of great sense, and it's very artistic. I agree with the hesitancy of the purple color, and maybe if it really is a black purple and really toned down in that realm, that it doesn't pop and isn't too purpley. That's one color-wise. I think there would be my hesitation. But the only other part would be the actual patterning of the swag and drapery, the wrought iron drapery. I love the detail on the top. I love how you visually got it to work out, and it makes total sense what you're doing in terms of the iron, working with iron. The only thing that doesn't, and actually if we can go to maybe the rendering of the perspective is fine, or the elevations of that wrought iron, or the iron railing. Yeah. The only thing that I think all the posts and everything are worked out wonderfully. The only thing that still seems to not be quite there, or at least it would seem like it would be better if it was more tied to the columns, is the regularity of geometry. And I know that they all seem like they're asymmetrical, they're their own things, and the bottom swag as well. It seems like if you kind of regularize the shape, the geometric shape, a little more like you did with the columns, the tile work on the columns, which have a regularized shape, partly because they're tiles and they have a regularized pattern, but just a little more regularity in your geometry, that I think that it would, like the columns, could still read in a sort of delightful and handmade way, and slightly variant, but it would be tied a little stronger with a regularity of geometry, which all the things that all the sources that you quoted from before made total sense, and make total sense with all your other elements as sort of referential coming from that family, or those families, or those traditions. So I would, me personally, I would ask that you regularize the geometry of the drapery cutouts themselves, and the bottom tassels more, or scallops more. And I think that would tie more strongly to the columns as well. I don't know if other commissioners feel the same, but that would be one way I could see this even getting a little better. But that's very nitpicky, because there's so much great work here. So that's my comment to it. So this is before us for project design approval, and so it's sounding, I'm not hearing anything that would seem to preclude us not going that way from any commissioners. It's sounding like it's coming in alignment. The other comments that were made were of areas of continued development was the lighting from 2,700 to 3,000 okay, and study an alternative to the dome refractor. The purple being a blackish purple, and that being an important, the color being an important selection component, and wanting to see the samples of. And I think in general, besides that, there was just all very positive comments. Well, wanting to see the illumination studies and additional information about the specs of the lighting. But aside from that, which is obviously part of final approval, so I'm sure it will be coming before us. Aside from that, were there any other notes that wanted to be added to this?
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, Commissioner Mahan?
Yeah, you should use your comment about the I'm going to call them the drapes between the columns, that the pattern be more irregular and rather than so regular. You made that comment. I thought it was a good comment, and that should be included in your comments so we can make a motion.
Okay. Now, and actually, I'll just to clarify, what I was saying was the shape, especially the shape of especially the 5-pointed shape, making it more regularized geometry and not so asymmetrical and sort of amoeba-like, a little more rigorous and regular in terms of that 5-pointed shape. The pattern itself, I could see it going different ways, but the individual pieces being more regularized and more geometric. That was where I was going with it. I don't know if that's what you agree with as well.
Well, but, I think that I mean, going back to El Pueblo Viejo and the Spanish and Moorish patterns, they are very regular and they're very geometric. And I think this is really more contemporary. And so I appreciate your noticing that, and I think we should that should be restudied. The pattern should be restudied, and it should be more geometric. But it doesn't have to repeat at every swag. I think it could be. It doesn't have to be the same, for the whole stretch.
Yeah.
There should be some variety. When you go into the Granada, you see this regularity of design, but it
never repeats. Yeah,
it changes from here to there to here to there, and so that's important. So that's a good. With that comment and with your other comments, I will make a motion for project design approval for the applicant to come back with addressing the issues that you have just outlined.
So, Mr. Chair, and then to the motion maker, Commissioner Mahan, I just want to make sure that all the comments that Chair Grumbine made are clear and that Ms. Rydell has that. And then also Commissioner Mahan, for granting of project design approval at this hearing, they'll need to go through the project compatibility criteria. So we'll need to.
I'll make those findings, but let's have our chair repeat the comments that will go with this project design approval.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so first that this is a wonderful project, exceptional in design, and we appreciate the applicant's development, artistic development of all the elements based on our comments. The next that the color, the blackish color, pearl black, needs to be carefully chosen, and that we need to review it, and that it needs to be not too blue and not too red, but more on the blackish side. Yeah, we'll just leave it at that. The lighting that is studied at 3,000 Kelvin instead of 2,700, and study alternates to the domed refractor. That the lighting specs and the lighting study is also provided so that we can see that there's going to be proper illumination through, especially in the underpass. That the wrought iron guardrail, the geometry be more regularized in the cutouts and in the bottom of the guardrail swag.
Mr. Chair, you could also add that the applicant should investigate whether or not the ceiling of the bridge can be painted a reflective color.
Oh, I think that was they checked
yeah.
they checked with and Caltrans said no, you can't paint it at all because they want to be able to keep it inspected, and they were worried about hiding stuff.
I got Caltrans to S-curve that road under there, so they do they do bend once in a while if you lean on them hard enough. But anyway, those comments go with my motion, and if Pilar will put the findings up, I'll make those findings. Yeah, I make a project compatibility criteria findings, compatibility with the city charter, municipal code, the design guidelines. The project is consistent with design guidelines applicant to the location of the project within the city. And number 2, compatibility with architectural character of the city. Yes, the project is compatible with the desirable architectural qualities and characteristics which are distinctive to Santa Barbara, in particular to the neighborhood surrounding the project. And appropriate size, bulk, and scale is not really an issue since the bridge is really the size, bulk, and scale, and we're not changing that. So well, let's see, what else do we have? Can you skew that? It's a sensitivity to adjacent landmarks. I think this project is very sensitive to adjacent federal, state, and city landmarks, and will be appropriate to Santa Barbara's structures of merit, sites, and natural features. Public views are not an issue, and the use of open space and landscaping is not an issue, but the landscaping that was proposed is acceptable.
All right.
City right-of-way between Yananali, project design approval. Let's see, undercrossing beneath will be reduced to 1.
Oh, no, so this is, I think this
Do I have
is,
to make this
we're
finding?
good.
Are we good?
Is this, are we good? Is this just an additional?
That's just the agenda item.
That's just the
Yeah.
agenda item. It was just the project compatibility criteria for this project. That's the only applicable.
All right.
finding.
Project design approval is required. Yeah, okay. So my motion is for project design approval as with those comments.
All right, do we have a second, or do we already have a second?
Second.
All right, Vice Chair House, second. All right, under discussion, any discussion? All right, roll call
This could
vote.
be a great asset to Santa Barbara.
Yes, you're here. Okay, roll call vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Heidi Rydell. I'll begin the roll call vote. Commissioner Uli,
No.
Commissioner Drury, absent. Commissioner Lenvik,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
Commissioner Mahan,
Yes.
Commissioner Edmonds,
Yes.
Chair Grumbine.
Yes.
The motion passes with 5 yeses, 1 no, and Commissioner Drury is absent. Thank you.
Commissioner Uli, can you state your reason for voting no?
In my opinion, it is not consistent with the standards.
Okay. Do you want to elaborate any more?
No, the standards are pretty explicit.
Okay. Thank you. All right. So this is a appealable decision to City Council within 10 calendar days. there you have it. All right. Thank you to the applicants and thank you to all. That was it, right? We're done?
That's it. We can adjourn the meeting,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
All right. Meeting is adjourned. Have a good Wednesday evening.
Good night.